We'll call the City Council meeting to order. It's 5:01 p.m. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Griffiths.
I am here.
Councilmember Kaji.
Here.
Councilmember Kalani.
Present.
Councilmember Lewis.
Present.
Councilmember Matucci.
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh.
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, counsel with legal counsel, existing litigation. 14B, public employee discipline, dismissal, release. 14C, public employee performance evaluation. 14D, conference with labor negotiator. And 14E, real property conference with real property negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54956.9D1, 54957, 54957B1, 54957.6, and 54956.8. We'll return after closed session. Thank you. Good evening. We have been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
Actually, Your Honor, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney, we do have one action to report from closed session on the personnel matter. The City Council in closed session did adopt its findings by a vote of 7-0 to terminate the employee.
Thank you very much. We will now reconvene our City Council meeting. I would like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chamber, along with everyone watching remotely. Item 2, we honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there is anyone in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. Please rise as Councilwoman Lewis will lead us in the flag salute and Councilman Matucci in the invocation.
Hand over your heart, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to come together to discuss issues pertaining to Torrance. May our work tonight help us achieve greatness as a community, and may our common goals be the guiding light towards unity and respect for one another. Amen.
Thank you both. Item 3. I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Motion to waive further readings.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and supplemental items.
Good evening, Your Honor. Adam Trine, City Manager. We have supplemental materials for item 7, oral communications. Item 9G from the City Clerk to adopt ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code regarding changes to commissioner appointments and terms and filing of vacancies, determine California Environmental Quality Act CEQA exemption, and discuss and provide direction regarding commission meeting times and combining or disbanding commissions. Item 10A from Community Development, conduct public hearing on land use study 24-00002 regarding proposed amendments to Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to electronic digital billboards, determine California Environmental Quality Act CEQA exemption, adopt ordinance amending Torrance Municipal Code. And lastly, 12A, which is second and final reading of ordinance number 3931, amending Torrance Section 91.373A of Chapter 1 of Article 37 of Division 9 of the Torrance Municipal Code to regulate the approval process and placement of pickleball courts in the PU public use zone and approve an ordinance summary for publication. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Item 5, council meeting minutes and announcement. Councilman Kanji, you got the first one.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to remind the public that the city is embarking on a Torrance Civic Center master plan and economic feasibility study. As part of this process, city staff has initiated a robust community engagement strategy to capture your insights. We are eager to hear your thoughts on the vision, priorities, and goals that should shape the Civic Center master plan. You can take the community survey online at torranceca.gov or get a physical copy at any city library branch or the One Stop Permit Center. Survey deadline has been extended until March 31st, 2024. Attendees of tonight's City Council meeting can find hard copies at the back of the chambers. If you have questions, please feel free to contact the City Manager's office at area code 310-618-5880 or send an email to landmanagement@torranceca.gov. Your input is much appreciated to shape the future of our Civic Center campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to take this opportunity to raise awareness within our community of the ongoing humanitarian crises of the and Palestinian conflict in simply the hopes of helping to pave the way of peace. Thousands and thousands of innocent lives have been lost in the last 107 days since the armed conflict between Israel and Hamas-led Palestinian militant groups broke on October 7 last year. The humanitarian crisis continues to result in lives lost, injuries, lifelong injuries, displacement, and irrevocable damages. Efforts to address the crises and all for dialogue and de-escalation from international communities like ours is one way we can stand together. I humbly ask for concurrence from my colleagues on the City Council to request staff to prepare a resolution to join dozens of other cities who are asking for a peaceful resolution and a return of hostages. Can I get a concurrence, please?
I think I see one. I'm assuming do you want to say something? Okay.
I just want to make sure that we understand, and I was happy to hear the news that the United Nations Security Council adopted a resolution demanding a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas and the release of the hostages. So I believe that that's been done already with the United Nations Security Council. I'm very pleased at that, and I wish everybody in that area peace.
I'd like to say, thank you.
Hang on for a second. Councilwoman Lewis?
I also agree with Councilwoman Kalani, and I was just going to mention that as well. It's not that we don't personally care about it, because we do, but I believe that it's better to have the UN do exactly what they did today, and I'm so happy that they did. It was a right move for them to do.
Okay. I think I just want to remember what we're asking just for a concurrence for a future agenda item, and I think there was, if I count the number of thumbs up, I think it was 2. So the concurrence did not pass. Okay.
Can I go back? It's not that we don't want to put it on the agenda. It's no reason to put it on the agenda because of the Security Council vote today for the UN. So that's moved forward. It was approved with the UN Security Council, which is actually the best forum for that to happen, so we can focus further agenda items on local issues here in Torrance.
Okay. Thank
Well,
you.
I understand, Mayor. Can I make a comment?
Oh, you could.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Kalani and Councilwoman Lewis. First of all, thank you, Councilman Kaji, for concurring with me. I understand that UN Security Council has already working on it. And I believe over 70 plus cities have already passed a resolution on this. And it's okay to raise awareness in community as that we are united on this issue. We're not picking any sides here. We are just requesting to let everyone know there's a crisis. It's a humanitarian crisis. And we should work together and raise awareness and be one united voice. It's a symbolic, but it can go a long way. We are not asking any funding from the city council, from the city. We're not asking any kind of assistance from the city. All we're asking is to join other 70 plus cities. There's a reason they're doing this. There are so many ways we can help. Remain silent is being a compliance. You have to let It's, this is the least we can do. This is the least we can do, to be united as a council and let everyone know that we stand together for a peace. We're not taking sides here. We're just requesting, like all 70-plus cities, to be united and do something. Do something, just little thing. Just to be, put yourself in the shoes what they are going through. All we can do is raise a voice, and that can go a long way. I was in the hospital for a medical procedure. I was in the best medical facility. I was in the best possible doctors. They helped me. The best possible medicines, the best possible care. But imagine what they are going through. They don't even have medicine. All we're requesting is to raise awareness that we want peace. Security Council has done their job. Everything starts at the local level. City is the main for all kind of, everything starts at the local level. And this will help us to let other cities know that we are with you, just for the peace. We are not sending any money. We're not asking any troops. We're not asking any help from police. This is just to let everyone know where we stand as Unite. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis, and you'll be the last one. We will have to go on after this.
Thank you. I do agree with everything that Councilmember Sheikh said about bringing the attention to Torrance, and it is a very passionate issue, and I believe those other cities passed resolutions prior to this week's developments. And I think that perhaps, I'm not sure if the record can reflect that we as a council did acknowledge what was happening here on the international stage, but then again, I would like to bring the focus back literally to the local level on things that we actually can influence. We cannot influence international incidents in our chambers. So if the record's going to reflect that, I think we can reflect that we did make acknowledgement that there should be nothing short, excuse me, of a ceasefire and humanitarian aid. But all of those things happened, all of those other cities joined in before the actions of the UN resolutions today. Thank you.
Mayor, I just want to make one quick comment. I apologize, just one quick.
We're going to go on, Councilman Sheikh, all due respect.
Just one last comment. It's
Okay.
going to take less than a minute.
Okay.
I mean, in the past, there were some earthquakes in different parts of the world. We did the same thing. There's some flood issues. We did the same thing. It's just letting people know that where we stand. But thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Chief Dumais.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Dumais, Fire Chief. We would like to remind the community that the Torrance Refining Company will be conducting a monthly test of the Community Alert Siren Test tomorrow, next week, April 3rd at 11:30 a.m. That's a week from tomorrow. As a reminder, this is only a test. The test is described as follows. A 1-minute all-clear chime will precede the 2-minute siren tone test. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During an actual emergency, when you hear the sirens, we encourage the community to take shelter, shut, and listen for instructions from the city. Shelter in place means if you are outside while at home, go inside. Close all windows, doors, and vents, and turn off air conditioning. Listen for instructions for local cable, radio, social media sites, and through Torrance alerts. If driving, continue to drive, close all windows, doors, and vents, set air conditioning to recirculate, turn your radio to 1620 AM city sounds for local instructions, listen for the chimes that signal the all-clear message to signal the emergency has concluded. For additional information regarding the community sirens, please contact the Torrance Refining Company, Community Relations at 310-212-1852. That's 310-212-1852. We also encourage the community to sign up for Torrance Alerts, which is Torrance's emergency notification and warning system. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the city's webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And I believe Councilman Griffiths, you have one?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor. Some exciting news. The Torrance Sister City Association is putting on their annual Bunkasai event, the 49th annual to be exact. And that's coming up in less than a month on Saturday and Sunday, April 20th and 21st, here at the Ken Miller Rec Center at our Cultural Arts Complex from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. This is the major fundraiser for our Torrance Sister City Association to help send students here from Torrance high schools to Kashiwa, Japan, our sister city. And at this event, both days, the attendees will be able to enjoy tasty plate lunches, events, or sweets, arts and craft issues, cultural performances, dance, music, martial arts, exhibition demonstrations, all kinds of fun. And it's a great time to get out. If the weather's nice, it's a wonderful event for a really great cause, and hope you can make it. And just one other minor thing I have that's something that some of our council members may have seen an email about. There's a bill coming out of the state, AB 2560, that's a bill it's going to impact the Coastal Commission's ability to manage housing and building in the Coastal Commission. And this is one of those things that's taking away the control of land use and zoning in our communities that are affected through the coastal communities, which we are one. And I don't know what the procedure is. I don't know if this is something that would require coming back, or if it's something we can just request the mayor to submit a letter of opposition for the city. I'm not sure what the best method for that would be, but I would like to see a city put in a letter of opposition for this bill.
Is this something that's at the state level, I believe?
Yeah, it's it's Assembly Bill 2560. And I don't know if you saw the email about that, but it's affecting the ability for the Coastal Commission to be able to manage land use and zoning related to development in our coastal zone. And if we as a council historically have been opposed to bills that are taking away the control of the ability for the local jurisdictions to manage those decisions, and this bill would do that. And I think it's important that we would take a position on that bill as a council because it affects us directly.
Thank you. Go ahead, Danny.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. It's at the council's pleasure. You could do either of the two options that Councilman Griffiths indicated. You could either, Councilman Griffiths can make an oral and receive concurrence of his colleagues to have the matter brought back, or to simply direct staff to prepare the letter and have it delivered to our delegation in Sacramento. And additionally, the council's State Legislative Advocacy Committee will be making an effort in Sacramento in the coming weeks. That can also be added as a topic of conversation when we sit with the state legislative delegation for our city.
Thank you, Danny. I was just thinking, I was hoping you would bring that up. I think we're leaving on April 1. I think that might be a good opportunity. Do you have any preference?
Well, as long as we,
Right.
my preference is that we
Yes.
put a letter of opposition in before the bill is heard.
Okay.
I don't know the exact hearing date for the bill, but it is coming up fairly quickly. And I just want to make sure that we have taken a position on it because of the negative impacts it has to our community.
Okay, so what I take is you're asking for concurrence with a good draft of a letter, and when we go to do the advocacy, we can follow it up as well. Would
Yeah,
that work?
I don't even, as Mr. Santana said, we don't even have to ask for concurrence. We can just direct staff to write that opposition letter if you all agree.
Yes.
And not have it brought back as a future item, but
Okay.
we can still advocate
Sure.
while we're up in Sacramento,
Yep.
and I'm happy to help with that,
Okay.
since
so
I'll be
do we have
going.
Want the letter out? Let me know.
Thank you all.
That's a 7-0. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Moving on to oral communication, there are no community matters, so moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items under consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under oral communications are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk to be handed out while you speak. City clerk, it's
Carol
7:04.
Hi, Carol Gillis with Your Torrance Theater Company. I'm here to announce our next play. It's called Hay Fever, the musical. Achoo! I don't know if anyone's going to be sneezing, but it's a comedy and it's music. What more can we ask for right now? Starting April 6th through the 27th, go online to www.torrancetheatercompany.com. Get your tickets now. We have a lot of season ticket holders, so if you're not a season ticket holder, it'd be a good idea to get online and make your reservation. We look forward to seeing you and entertaining you. Achoo! Thank you.
Charlie Salinas.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight I'm addressing the general public, and I pose this question. Do you want your sons and daughters or grandchildren to be drafted into the military service? If the answer is no, please help me to find better ways to show those who serve that they are appreciated. I'm offering the state of California to be the first in the country to offer veterans in active service a 15 to 20% discount anywhere that they wish to shop. If you think I'm asking too much or that we're asking too much, please visit a war memorial near you. Thank you.
Danielle Johnson.
Greetings, Mayor Chin and City Council members. I am pleased to invite you to the opening reception for Risky Business, The Marvel of Old Masters, Rem at Goya Dur, and Reflecting Pool on Saturday, March 30th from 6 to 9 p.m. The exhibits will run through Saturday, May 4th. In the main gallery, Risky Business, a painter's forum, curated by Marie Thibault and Max Presnell, and the response of artists to the concerns and expectations of AI. Before the reception, there's a panel discussion for Risky Business from 4:30 to 5:45 p.m. In Gallery 2, there's the Marvel of the Old Masters, a traveling exhibition curated by Lee R. Hendry, presents prints by Rembrandt van Rijn, Francisco Goya, and Albrecht Dürer from the collection of the Park West Museum in Michigan. In the Dark Room, Reflecting Pool, Emergence of the Third Eye, it is an interactive device by Kenneth Salter that generates images and sounds that captivate and hypnotize. For more information about the museum shows, visit torranceartmuseum.com. To support the museum, visit.
Thank you.
Chris Venn.
Good evening. I commend the comments by Councilmember Assam Sheikh calling for a humanitarian permanent ceasefire between Israel and Hamas to pave the way for peace and new governance for the people of Gaza. The delivery of billions of dollars of armaments, including 2,000-pound bombs, to kill and maim Palestinians, the majority of whom are children, is senseless, unprecedented, and without purpose. Stop the genocide in Gaza and support a peace treaty. Thank you.
Sheila B.
Y'all continue to be a disappointment. even the way you framed the conversation around Israel and Palestine is deeply problematic. It's not a conflict, it's a genocide. Both sides language is a false narrative. We have to look at the numbers and remember who's being killed and what's happening. Many cities have passed a resolution, including Alhambra, just last night, and Long Beach. And absolutely, you can and you should. As a human and an organizer with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, we stand in solidarity with our Palestinian siblings. We understand the parallels that exist between what they're experiencing and have been experiencing and what Black folks have always been experiencing. And you need to create a civilian oversight commission. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Shame on every single one of you for not doing what is the bare minimum. It is what's necessary. It is the bare minimum.
Please do not yell.
The ordinance is the bare minimum. A ceasefire is a bare minimum. Ceasefire now.
Please do not yell from your seats. Thank you.
Marianne?
Mayor, City Council, good evening. My name is Mo Awadallah, and I'm the president of the Muslims Democratic Club of Southern California. I'm here today to ask you guys to pass a resolution for a ceasefire. The attack on October 7th was horrible, and we all know that. But right now in Gaza, no schools, no shelters, no food, no hospital, no medication. Enough is enough. You should come together and support the ceasefire. 5 of you declined it. Shame on you. But when your seats are up for re-election, your constituents will remember this.
Please, thank you, sir. Please do not yell from your seats so we get the next speaker to come up.
Sakina Mirza?
Good evening. My name is Sakina Mirza, and I'm a resident of Torrance and a business owner in Torrance. Wanted to thank Councilmember Sheikh for his comments today. As a psychotherapist, a licensed clinical social worker, and a trauma specialist in the city, I can tell you verified that our residents are being impacted significantly by the genocide in Palestine. It is not an international issue that's over there. Our children are being impacted, and to see their leadership falling short and not having their back is devastating. And I see it every day in my office, and I am so disappointed this evening. I am so disappointed.
Mubina Mirza?
Hello and good evening. My name is Mubina Mirza. I'm a proud resident of Torrance. I was born and raised in Southern California, and I'm a proud Muslim American. I'm here in support of Sam Sheikh's request to add this agenda item. And I'm here to tell you that no matter what is happening on the national stage, what you do here as a city is symbolic to all of us. I'm also a licensed clinical social worker, but more importantly, I'm a mom of 2 teenage Muslim American children who are watching. They're watching every move, and it is important to them that they see themselves represented. Those children dying in droves by the thousands every single day across the world have the same names as them and look like them, and for you to not pass this resolution means that their lives don't matter. Thank you.
I apologize, I'm butchering this name, Khan? Yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name is Shagufta Khan. I am pretty much born and raised in the city of Torrance. Love it, and will always will. I'm here in support of Mr. Asim Sheikh's resolution for a permanent ceasefire. I'm here for humanity. You know,
this is the reason why I'm here, just for humanity. We are all humans, and we need to look deep in our heart and see what's right. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, are we going to feel good about what we did? That's what we need to ask ourselves. We need to do deep soul searching to see what we feel and what is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Isam Amari.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Assam Sheikh. I think I know a lot of people here, and I don't want to talk about pickleball, maybe. I don't want to talk about tennis. I think my colleague, Assam, he's a great tennis player too, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here to support the adoption of resolution of ceasefire, and I urge every council member to adopt it right now, because you guys gonna regret not adopting this and showing everybody in Torrance that you care about other people, you care about Torrance residents, you care about kids in Torrance, teenagers, and you know that it's not
Thank you, sir. Sir, your time is up. Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
James C.
Good evening, Council. My name is James, and I'm a high school teacher, and I express my strongest support for the City of Torrance to pass a resolution calling for a permanent humanitarian ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. 2 million Palestinians displaced, 13,000 children killed, 100 plus journalists killed, field executions at Al-Shifa Hospital, mass killing of civilians simply trying to get food, indiscriminate slaughter. United States citizens such as ourselves will forever bear these hideous sins of these atrocities. Passing such a resolution here in Torrance will be the bare minimum in doing our duty to express our support for the people in Palestine, and a small step in the right direction to end the genocide that's being facilitated by the United States. We must do everything we can to stymie every dollar to Israel, and we cannot let any further resources go towards the killing of another Palestinian. We got to pass this resolution.
Okay, we have time for one more person.
Tae-Jin.
All right, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Tae-Jin TJ. I speak here to advocate for a permanent ceasefire, in contrast to the temporary UN Security Council ceasefire, which has already been violated by Israel, which our country, the United States, has abstained from after close to 6 months of constant genocide. For all God-fearing people with a damn human heart, what does a temporary ceasefire look like to millions of God's children who are facing impending death due to bombing or starvation? The recent escalation of this genocide has left more than 32,000 Palestinians martyred, and of that, more than 13,000 children and tens of thousands lost under the rubble, millions facing impending death due to starvation and displacement, all with the funding of the United States government. This is a local issue. 2 million of our damn tax dollars in Torrance, California goes into the death of millions of Palestinian people. My 60-year-old father worked his back to the bone not to fund the genocide of Palestinian people. This is a shame. Disgrace.
Thank you, sir. And this ends our oral communications number 1. Moving on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to, please do not yell from the public. Moving on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, I'd like to pull 8C as in Charlie.
Okay. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull 8D as in Deborah, please.
Okay. I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 8C and 8D. Just hang on. We'll take a break right now. Thank you. Thank you. 7:39, we're resuming the city council meeting. I believe where we left off was Councilman Griffiths and Shake asked to pull item 8C and 8D. So now we're in the process of taking the motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item 8C and 8D.
So moved.
Second?
Voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Item 8C. I believe that's Councilman Griffiths. Did you want to ask your question first, or you want the staff?
Yeah, no,
to
it's
start? Okay.
really just, I want to raise the awareness on this item. This item is in regards to our regional housing needs assessment requirements. And so periodically, we as a city are, well, first of all, I'm going to back it up a little bit. The state assigns us a housing number, which we call the Regional Housing Needs Assessment. And that's for a period of 8 years that we're expected to build. The amount of housing we're asked to build, and we don't build, but we have to allow for the building of up to that number or more, preferably is what the state would like. And right now our RENA allocation is just under 5,000 units in an 8-year period of time. So that means the state, if we did everything that they wanted us to do and the developers cooperated, that we would end up with just under 5,000 new housing units in the 8-year period ending in the middle of 2029. So we're almost halfway through this 8-year period of time. And so what's important to note is that we have made some attempts at moving forward with approving housing that will help us meet these state goals. And we have approved some housing. And if you look on, if you have the item, it's on page 39 of the item, which totals up the amount of housing units that have been permitted and approved by council or planning commission or staff in the periods of the years defined in this total. And so in the 4 years of doing this so far, we're well below halfway to reaching our regional housing assessments set by the state. And the reason that's an issue is because if we don't start reaching that number and we start declining some housing projects that are presented to us, so in other words, if a housing project comes before us and we decline it, and we're not meeting our numbers or not meeting the significant progress that the state would like us to see, then we would become subjective to penalties from the state, which includes monetary fines, as well as potentially taking all building of residential units out of the control of our city and basically allowing developers to come in here ministerially to build whatever they want. We have no say in it if we were in a situation like that where we were not meeting the progress that the state was expecting us to see based on the numbers that have been assigned to us. So this is really important when going forward this council is asked to approve different housing projects through our city. This chart comes into play, and basically this chart puts us over a barrel. And it says that if we're not meeting our number and we say no to a housing project, we're potentially subjecting our city to significant penalties, including the opportunity for developers to come in here and do whatever they want without any oversight by our council, by our staff, or by our planning commission. And so it's important for the public to know this because most people in the public don't know this and they don't understand this. It's a significantly new thing that the state's imposed on us. The RENA numbers, we've always been asked to meet a certain number of housing units. And in the past, the highest number that we've had for an 8-year period was 1,400 units. And in the past, we've never met those numbers. But there weren't any penalties then. And there are penalties now, and we haven't been subjected to them yet. But if we aren't careful and we aren't really paying attention to what we're doing, and I say this to my council going forward because I won't be here to vote on these projects, but we run the risk of putting ourselves in jeopardy of these penalties. And I don't know if, Steph, you want to add anything to what I said or correct me if I made any misstatements?
Your Honorable Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. No, I think the Councilmember Griffiths gave a good overview of the synopsis of how the legislation reads. While we've been assigned a certain number of RENA numbers, we're not required to actually build. We have to show that we have the capacity to build. And if a site that was selected for potential units, something else gets built there, then we have to find another site to then substitute that, as well as we need to, in order to deny projects, housing projects, they have to meet certain qualifications to do so. So it cannot just be, we just don't want affordable housing in our city, and so we're going to deny that. We will be subject to potential fines. We could be subject to having the housing element, the state determining that it's no longer in compliance. And that's where then it becomes, if we have a non-compliant housing element, that then we could be subject to that the state would basically state that all housing that comes through would have to be allowed by right.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Ms. Ramirez. And it's really even worse than that, because if you really look at the details on page 39, that RENA allocation of the number of housing units that the state is requiring or requesting that we build, or allow to be built, excuse me, it's not only the number of units, but it's the number of units at various different economic levels. So in reality, the 4939, that's the actual number total of housing units that were requested to build. 1,621 of those have to be at very low income rates, and 846 have to be for low income residents. The next level is 853 have to be moderate level, and the last category is above moderate, or what we would call market rate real estate, and that's 1,600 units. So far in this RENA cycle of almost 4 years, we've built 0 in the very low, or moderate income categories, which means that if we deny a project that's in one of those categories and we're not making the progress towards those numbers, we're subject to significant, serious penalties as a city. And I don't look forward to that date when the state's going to come down on us if we do that. But it puts this council and our staff and our planning commission, it's putting us over a barrel that basically takes away our real decision making. Is if we say no, we better have been meeting our numbers. And so it really forces us to almost say yes to just about any housing project that comes before us. Otherwise, we will face a penalty. So I just wanted to raise the awareness of this. I'm totally accept and file on this item. Certainly, if my colleagues have any other questions or comments, I would love to hear that. But I wanted to raise that awareness. Thank you.
I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll move to accept and file.
Second. Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 8D. I think Councilman Sheikh, you want to bring that one up?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you again. First of all, I want to thank our staff for continuously exploring different ways of being efficient. And I'd like to request our Fire Chief, Chief Tomei, to please briefly explain to us the role for the Fire Department's Community Risk Reduction Division and the role for this specific reclass that you're asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. David Dumais, Fire Chief. In 2023, we came forward with a budget modification to reorganize the Community Risk Reduction Division, which, in my mind, led a professional path from entry-level fire prevention personnel all the way up to fire marshal. Moving the incumbent manager to the fire marshal left a spot for what we felt was a need for a supervisor position. And we feel adding this position will give another step for advancement for these folks to be professionals in their field, as well as provide day-to-day supervision and oversight for the division.
Thank you, Chief. It's just one of the preventative
Councilman,
measures.
Parliament City Manager, community risk reduction is also known as fire prevention. These professionals assist businesses with inspection as well as their fire suppression systems. They also provide public education regarding life and safety measures. That there are non-sworn Torrance Fire Department members, but they play a critical role in supporting our business community as well as our residents. I think that was the first part of your question, and Chief gave you the
Yes.
oversight as to. Typically, it was managed by a sworn battalion chief, but through our budget efficiencies and trying to create a career path forward for our non-sworn professionals, we converted the position to a non-sworn and gave a career path for our. Now we have Fire Prevention 1, Fire Prevention 2. This will be a supervisor, and then we also have a manager. It's all non-sworn positions.
Thank you for clarification. I think that was mine. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, do we have a motion to approve the proposed classification change for fire prevention supervisor?
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to administrative matters. Item 9A from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. Johnny Romo, Senior Interactive Communications Officer with the City Manager's Office. Item 9A is a recommendation of the City Manager that Council appropriate $237,092.60 from the Public Educational and Governmental Access Funds fund balance to the Public Educational and Governmental Access Funds fiscal year 2023 to 24 operating budget and appropriate $578,092.60 from the Public Educational and Governmental Access Funds fiscal year 2023 to 24 operating budget to Facility Equipment and Automation Plan, or FEEP 950, City Council TV Production Control Room Cameras Robotics Project, and award a contract services agreement to Triton Technology Solutions Incorporated of San Juan Capistrano, California for RFP B 2023-44 for an amount not to exceed $578,092.60 to provide audio, visual, and control system upgrades in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chamber for a one-year period beginning March 26th, 2024, and ending March 25th, 2025. This project will upgrade the existing video production system in the council chamber. Upgraded equipment will include new cameras, a production switcher, video router, and waveform monitoring. These upgrades will support 4K TVs, resulting in improved picture quality to anyone watching these meetings remotely. The last time we upgraded the audio, visual, and control system was back in 2009, about 15 years ago. The equipment installed at that time was given a lifespan between 7 to 10 years, and we have surpassed that time frame. This project will be funded with the Public Educational and Governmental Access Fund, or the PEG Fund. The PEG Fund is The PEG Fund is generated from the 1% gross revenue of cable operators, including AT&T, Spectrum, and Frontier. If approved, the selected vendor will receive all equipment within 4 to 6 weeks of being awarded the contract and will need uninterrupted access to the council chamber for 6 weeks for installation. In addition, once installed, the vendor will need to provide training for staff for 1 week. The project will be scheduled to coincide with the City Council meeting dark nights, which will be determined at a future meeting. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a clarification. We are not using general fund, but we will have appropriation for these funds in the future. That's what.
To my understanding, no, we're not going to use the general fund.
And we will go for appropriation for.
Councilman, Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. This action, provided it meets council's approval, would be the appropriation for this effort. A one-time appropriation to complete the project. And you are correct, Councilman, these are not general fund sources. This is the PEG fund that Mr. Romo indicated is specific for these types of hardware and infrastructure improvements.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the council? If not, does anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? You have 1 minute. Please come to the microphone.
Hi, this is Andy Porkchop. I don't know if you saw this. $578,000. $578 for microphones and things and that. And how much is this gonna cost? This one gonna be changed? Is this one gonna be changed? And I don't know if you guys like it. The $578,000 is a pretty big chunk of money. Pretty big chunk of money. You can buy a 3-bedroom house for this, most of the United States. A 3-bedroom house. Not microphones, not cameras. A 3-bedroom house with a kitchen and 2-3 bedrooms and a garage. Are you out of your mind?
Thank you. I would just like to say thank you very much for doing this, because as a person who has been watching TV for the council meetings, it was very difficult for me to hear with my loss of hearing and going forward. So I am looking forward to it. And I hope I can encourage all of staff to please, and the council, to please speak into the microphone that is in front of you. It makes it very much more easy to hear what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? I don't see any. I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the city manager.
I'll make a motion to concur with city manager.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Item 9B, from the city manager, is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager with the city. Item 9B is a request for approval of an exemption to our municipal code section that addresses the allowed time for amplified sound. The Islamic Center of South Bay Lomita has held their community Ramadan prayer service at Wilson Park for several years. The service is held in the morning hours shortly after sunrise. The municipal code only allows amplified sound after 9 a.m. and before 9 p.m. The group would like to be able to use amplified sound for announcements and 2 15-minute prayer instructions from 7:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. The location planned in the park is on fields 1 and 2 and is away from neighboring residents, as well as being held during morning commute hours when there is increased traffic on Crenshaw. There have been no complaints in the past from the community regarding sound for this event. And I do believe we may have Mr. Rohan Sorja, who has been helping plan the event, present this evening, possibly. He may be able to answer any questions if I cannot. And that's it.
Thank you. Do any members of the council have questions? Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Fran, for the presentation. Have we received any complaints from the neighbor about these events in the past? I think we had about 5 events in the past.
We have not received any complaints about sound, no.
Okay, so it goes pretty smoothly. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Any others from the council have questions or comment on this item? If not, does any member of the public wish to speak on this item?
this is Andy Porchap again. I'm for this event. I just don't understand why this lady has to be here all night and why is it brought in front of you, especially if it was never a complaint about this. The Women Voters Club, or what the heck, they use the facility, the Torrance Meeting Hall, and that thing did not come up here for vote, not on the consent calendar, not on the main, whatever you call this section. They got it, a freebie from the Miss Clerk, city clerk. She just let anybody use that facility if she feels like it. But now these people has to beg for you. They have to come in front of the city council meeting to have a permit for sound. Give me a break. I use my time.
There's no time to yield. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? Just to clarify, this is because the sound is above the sound level of the ordinance. That's why it came to the council. Just want to make sure the public is aware. And the time.
It's a time.
Time. Okay. I'll take a motion on concurred recommendation of the city manager.
I move to go with the recommendation of the city manager on item 9B.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9C from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Hi, good evening again. Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager with the city. Item 9C is in reference to the petition packet sent to the city related to the formation of the Downtown Business Improvement District. Volunteer members, which sometimes changed over time from the Downtown Torrance Association, worked with the consulting firm Urban Place Consulting to discuss desired improvements in the downtown and included the Downtown Revitalization Plan as a guide to develop the Management District Plan found in the packet. Tonight, staff is seeking direction from council on approval of the general provisions of the Management District Plan, approval of payment of the assessed fees on city-owned property, including those housing properties that have ground leases, and approval of the petition in support of the establishment of a downtown Torrance Business Improvement District. All property owners within the designated footprint have been mailed similar packets with the relevant assessment amounts for their properties from the bid consultant. Petitions are due back to the consultant by April 5th. If favorable petitions of not more than 50%, of just over 50% of total assessments to be paid are received, the deadline will need to be extended to continue to see if more petitions can be accepted, and assessments would not be able to commence until the following year, so until 2026. If the threshold number is achieved, the next steps will include a series of 3 items that would come before council, which include a resolution of intention to form with review and approval of the management district plan at that time. Suggested changes could be discussed. A public hearing would be set for another meeting time, and then at a 3rd meeting, a resolution of formation would be approved. With that, I stand by to address any questions that you have.
Thank you. I believe Councilman Griffiths has a comment or question.
Mostly a comment. Hallelujah. I've been pushing for this to happen for a long, long time. The city and this body up here has worked very hard to work on making improvements for our downtown area. And this will take the movement of our downtown to a much higher level once we pass this, and that the rest of the property owners in the district hopefully give their consent as well. I think without this bid being approved, our downtown will continue to languish at the slow pace, and this will definitely supercharge the efforts of our downtown to improve and to meet the goals that I think our body and our staff have really looked forward to seeing happen in our downtown. So I'm wholeheartedly behind this, and I'm so glad I got to at least put one vote in on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I think it's just really important. Well, let me back up. Thank you for everything you're doing, Ms. Fulton, and to all the staff for working diligently on this for a very long time. I think it's important that we give the area the opportunity to weigh in on this. And I think this also, well, it is going to establish the area the opportunity to be an entity, allow it to make decisions and look for ways that they can enhance the downtown area, including options for support and funding from outside sources. So there's really all the right reasons to consider this, and I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Fran, for the presentation. I guess, and I think we've discussed this before, one of my biggest concerns is the cost, whether it's fixed or not. Because I think we have a calculation. It was for difference between frontage and front linear feet and everything else. But if that's going to be a fixed cost, how are we going to take care of increases in expenses in the future? Let's say 3 years into it, we realize that advocacy and administration is not 52,000, but 110.
Typically, when a business improvement district is formed, it's set for a certain time period, and the management district plan can include language that could allow for increases that the governing board would need to approve, or whatever set within the management district plan could not be changed until the next time it was renewed. So there's opportunity to make changes, and part of it is kind of seeing how things work, and I know that happened with our Discover Torrance Business Improvement District as well. So there is opportunity to change within the parameters that are set in the management district plan.
Okay, and who gets appointed to the board? Who would be on this board?
The property owners would determine representation, and they would vote on who would represent. So once the business improvement district is formed, each person has an equal voice. So they would determine who would want to volunteer to be a part of that board and represent, and they would be voted in.
Okay, so we're not bringing in any experts in the field to do anything. I know we had invested quite a bit of money in a plan for the downtown area over the last, at least during the time that I've been here, we've spent quite a bit of money. Does this fall, obviously it falls into that particular plan that we had put together. So even if we do pass it tonight, it would still have to go to the property owners. You have to get 50% plus one, right?
Right.
To get it passed. Okay, so, I do have my concerns just because, let's face it, the downtown area, it's almost like on life support when it comes to, parking, things to do. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of nice things out there, but is it enough to attract people in masses? Because, I mean, let's face it, after a certain time, 8 p.m., it dies down so much to where it's like ghost town more than downtown. Make a t-shirt on that one, huh? The property owners that are there now don't, in my opinion, okay, this is just my opinion, I don't think they have a track record of knowing what works in downtown. They just kind of lease it to whomever wants to lease it. And to me, that's a bad formula. And I didn't see anything in there. There might be suggestions and everything, but if the board is going to be put together by the same people that are making the bad decisions now, that could also, in my opinion, not lead us anywhere other than just the same that we have now. Maybe we'll invest a little bit of money in trying to bring people in, but let's face it, there's really not much to do down there on a regular basis. Okay, entertainment is, we got Red Car, great places. I think we mentioned the other day quite a bit of nice, cute places, but is it enough to make the downtown area thrive? So my concern is the rate, the fixed rate, not being able to sustain any increases that most inevitably are going to come. The people on the board not necessarily have the experience of being able to put together a downtown that thrives. And we don't even have to go too far to find out what other downtown areas are doing that are thriving. I mean, Temecula is one of the, I think one of the places that I visited that was just hopping, you know, and it had a lot of great entertainment, shops that had, you know, some clothing, souvenirs, and whatever else. I just don't see that happening with this in the downtown area, just because a lot of the leases that are there have been there for many, many years. They don't necessarily attract the public to the downtown area. So I just don't see it necessarily changing unless we bring in a unit mix that works. But that, you know, we have to get the landlords on board with that theory. And also tenants that have long-term leases. I mean, they're going to be there, you know, some of them have been there for decades. What are we going to do with that? And these are necessarily businesses that don't necessarily fit, that fit the, what we're trying to do. So I'll support this tonight just because I know it's going to go to the property owners for, to vote on it, but I do have my concerns about this thing. So I'm hoping that we can glide through those in one way or another.
Councilman Adam, City Manager, this action tonight will allow the city to be a member as owners, and we will be part of the board should council want the city to have a role. We will continue our efforts to support downtown. Furthermore, the efforts of our building the transit center now with Intuit and SoFi, the work we're doing with our retail partners as well as hoteliers, even the Civic Center master plan, it'll add another layer to an asset in the city. And I do agree with you. I think we need to continue to support the efforts to support should there be a bid formation. And the retail partners have to be part of it. Once we can attract some of the major anchor tenants, I think we can add a sense of vibrancy and make Torrance a destination as the heart of the South Bay to draw all the Olympic, World Cup, the Rams, the Chargers, the Clippers, all those tourists, once they get to this area and they come to and stay in Torrance and generate our hotel tax, ideally, I know when I travel, my family, like you, I look for if there's a quaint downtown experience. And with our trolley service connecting to our transit center, we'll just add another layer, a stop. Hopefully with the infusion of the additional capital and the dedicated resources, we'll be able to experience a revival in downtown, which then will generate the interest that we want.
Yeah, and I think, and I agree 100% what you're saying. I think with Fran, we were talking about ground level office use, for instance. To me, that's not necessarily conducive to a downtown. So if you put in, say, an insurance company at the ground level where it should be retail, then it creates kind of like a stale portion of that downtown area. But I'm not necessarily opposed to people using it for whatever they want, but if we're trying to create a concept that attracts people, let's look at what other downtown areas are doing and try to mimic and maybe improve upon that.
Councilman Griffiths mentioned housing earlier, boots on the ground, having walkability and access to retail and business, as well as the great schools we have, I think will create that market to be able to sustain the mix of businesses in the downtown. It's a multi-layered approach. You've already approved the housing corridor overlay. I think it's incumbent on us to support the businesses and the brokers who want to go out there and really promote Torrance a safe, secure, clean community, which will then create a catalyst for that investment much needed to support the existing and future businesses.
Okay, and one more thing, I'm sorry. Cravens.
Things to say too.
Cravens is, I would say probably less desirable when it comes to walkability and stuff because, it's a little bit more spread out. They're going to pay into this bid at the same rate as everyone else, correct? Okay, so so that might, to me, it might be a little bit of an obstacle, even though we're trying to equally improve the area. Some parts are a little bit more attractive and walkable than others. So I don't know. To me, those are things that I think we really do need to plan ahead.
There are a couple things just to address your concerns. The forming a business improvement district is a mechanism to bring the stakeholders, the property owners together to, one, to communicate with each other about what they need in that area, and also creates a unified voice. So they're working together and then partnering with us, the city. So if we're looking at tenant mix, or, maybe even looking at some of our policies that they might think might be slow businesses down for opening and that type of thing. It gives them an opportunity to communicate with us. And we also, the group, over time, when we've been looking at the different types of business improvement districts and looking at what other cities have done, some of them, our downtown is pretty small, it's pretty close-knit. Some downtowns are larger and there's more of like an outskirts area, so maybe they pay less than those that are on the main street. So that type of thing could be considered. It could be, trying it out this way, seeing is enough money being raised to do what they want to do. It's something that's going to have to develop over time and be able to see the positive results over time. But I think it's encouraging that the businesses and the property owners, and some of them are both, have come together and see this as a benefit, and a benefit for them and for the downtown. So doing different things like holding events, looking at what the tenant mix is and where those tenants are located, that could be something that could be discussed as a group and be brought forward to the city, to look at what we're doing to encourage that too. So I see it as a positive thing. And it also has to kind of prove itself too, right? So if it gets started and they're starting to achieve things, then more people will be on board with it and support it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I want it to work. I want to see it thrive, and I just want to make sure that we're not doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different, outcome. So, all right, thank you.
Fran, do you know, since Councilman Tucci mentioned, the change in downtown Temecula, I could think of downtown Pasadena. Do we know if each of those cities actually created a bid that was a positive?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
they are. And we've spoken with several of them, and some of them, their representatives or their executive directors have also spoken with the subcommittee, the steering committee that helped put the bid proposal together.
Super. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Fran, for the presentation. Just to get some historical context on downtown, at one time was downtown part of did it fall under the city's redevelopment agency?
Yes, it did.
Okay. So back then, at least we had a tool to underwrite capital improvements for those designated redevelopment districts,
Yes.
correct?
Yep.
So I do like the concept of a business improvement district by way of self-assessments to the property owners. However, I do believe that in order to make it work, as Councilmember Matucci mentioned, it's going to also require an injection of capital improvements to bolster whatever programs are initiated through the BID. I do look at parking and accessibility as a critical component of revitalization. So I do believe like a trolley from the Regional Transit Center makes sense. But I know that's been an ongoing blind spot and need in downtown. So I do look forward to supporting this, but I'm also trying to look ahead at how best our city can inject additional capital into the district to make sure that once the BID starts, it's a success. But thank you for your presentation.
Great, thank you. I would agree with that too, and I think as Councilwoman Kalani mentioned, by forming a business improvement district and a nonprofit governing board, they will be able to go after grants and other funding sources as well, and maybe even in partnership with the city.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Fran, again, for your presentation, and thank you, Mr. Chaparian, for taking lead on this. You have proven that you have done a great job in the past. My question is, what's the time frame we're looking for the completion of this project? Do we have anything on mind?
The time frame to establish the bid?
Yeah.
So these petitions are due April 5th.
Okay.
if the consultant receives more than 50% of the amount, the total amount of assessment to be paid, we'll be able to move forward. And then we would immediately start scheduling those meetings that I mentioned where a resolution of intention to form would come before council. And then another meeting would be set for a public hearing, and then you have to allow, a certain number of days, I think it's 60 days. So it kind of spreads the time out. And then once that's approved, there's a resolution of formation that's approved by the council. And then the earliest it could start would be in January of 2025, because then the taxes or assessments will be able to taken out when the property taxes are collected. But if that doesn't happen, it would get delayed further until we reach that threshold.
Which means we should approve today. Thank you.
If we approve today, we are 12.67% of
Right.
50.
Right.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you. I wanted to stress a couple of points. I think you touched on it, Fran, already about the fact that many of the successful downtown redevelopments that have happened all around the area, including Pasadena, which I'm intimately familiar with over the years, helped significantly as a result of having a bid to make that happen. And I think that if there's not a bid, I can almost guarantee you that downtown's not going to get redeveloped, because what this bid does is it forces every property owner to put some skin in the game where today they're not. And so only a very few, small percentages of the businesses are actively putting some skin in the game, whether it's through trying to, do events or do other kind of planning. And so the other thing that I see is if there are tenants that we would like to see come into our downtown, see that the property owners are investing in the downtown, they are far more likely to say, I want to be a part of that, than to come into a downtown where the property owners don't care. And by the fact that they're putting the skin in the game and they're putting a small amount of money, which this is a relatively small bid compared to others that I've seen, I think that will encourage other tenants that we'd like to see come in and show more interest in our downtown. So I think there's a lot of reasons why this bid, yes, it sounds like it's a little bit daunting, and there are certainly some uncertainties because it's brand new, and we got to get a board formed, assuming we even get that 50% number. But that's the nice thing about it is it's flexible. You can change, the direction with the board, and it really brings the property owners, as you said, more involved in what's happening than they are today. So I think making this happen is going to be a win-win-win all the way around.
All right. Any other members of the council want to speak before I go to the public? I don't see any. I believe there's someone from the public who submitted a comment card.
James Henry.
I don't think I see Mr. Henry. He might be out in the hallway. There he is.
I have two comments and a question. The city will receive a petition for each parcel property it owns, 13, with a total assessment of $30,830.71, which represents 12.67% of the downtown Torrance Business Improvement District. That being said, the city will have a greater influence in determining the outcome of the passage of the downtown Torrance Business Improvement District than any other property owner or combined property owners if more than one. Question: if the downtown Torrance Business Improvement District passes, will the city's parcels 13 be submitted to the same not to exceed 3% annual increase as those parcels billed and collected by the County of Los Angeles? That's a question.
Thank you, sir. Let me try the first one because I know the first one. It doesn't matter. The city, even though we have 12.67% of the vote, our membership only gives us one vote, just like anybody else. So the bigger piece of the pie, you as a member, you only get one vote. Danny, you want to help me with the other one?
The answer is yes. Our rate would increase as all others' rates would for any bid assessments.
Okay, we pay just the same as everyone else. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item?
Hi, Adam Schwartz. I've been on the steering committee for this business improvement district since we first started talking about it through the DTA. I want to start with really thanking Mike Griffiths, Sharon Kalani. Your help throughout this has been absolutely wonderful, and I really think that we're going to build something tremendously positive here. I've been lucky to do a whole bunch of road tripping all around America, and whenever I find these cool, vibrant downtowns, now that I know about a bid, I look, and it's always a bid, always. So I think that the solution to a lot of the things brought up, of the things that downtown is struggling with, the bid really truly is the solution. The city has to pay 1/8 of the total assessment. The rest of the 7/8 comes from property owners like me. And I really think that, yes, having a lot of skin in the game is going to have tremendous effects. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wish to speak on this item?
Hello, my name is Isabel Schwartz. I am married to Adam over there, so I'm also involved with the Downtown Torrance Association. And I'm incredibly excited about this opportunity. I think that the Business Improvement District would allow stakeholders in partnership with the city to make positive change, including equitable investment, like Councilmember Matucci said, onto streets like Border Avenue, Cabrillo, Cravens, and Post, Marcelina, all the other streets to make them as nice as Sartori Avenue. We have something really special in historic downtown Old Torrance, and this is a means to get those projects accomplished. So thank you for your support. Thank you for considering this, and we'll see how it goes.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this item?
Hi, I'm Andy Porchop. I'm just speaking so you see somebody's interested in the business of the city. This is a very hard one because, you know, I used to be in the retail business, and it's hard to make money, you know, and it's a nice thing, you helping the businesses, and I'm for the businesses, you know what I mean? But on the other hand, what Vladimir Ilyich Lenin said, if something doesn't go, don't force it. You know, I come here 5 years, and downtown revitalization, and it's nothing happening. And I also like to tell you, in my old stupid country, when we used to have horse when I was a kid, they said, you know, no need to beat a dead horse. No need. A dead horse won't get up, you know.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item, please come to the microphone. All right. How does the council wish to proceed?
I'd like to make a motion, please, to concur with the recommendations of the city manager on item 9C.
Second? Oh, including what?
I thought I might have had to add something, but it looks like we're okay.
We're okay? Then I'll second it as is.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
I see what you're saying, Councilwoman Kalani, because there's one part that says provide direction on assessment obligations. Just want to check with staff. Is there anything that we need to correct or redo?
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. In the item, it was the City Manager recommended that we cover the assessments for the 3 properties that are listed on page 2, as we would for the city assets. Staff interprets your action to incorporate the City Manager's recommendation.
That is in the affirmative. Okay. All right. Item 9D, from the city attorney. Is there a staff presentation?
Just briefly, Your Honor, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. This is a recommendation that the City Council approve a Seventh Amendment to the agreement with Rattan and Tucker, adding 1.758 million for a new not to exceed of 7.973 million to cover the costs and provide legal services related to the Regional Water Quality Control Board order from 2020, and also in our litigation of with Highshare and other entities that were responsible for the contamination. I would point out that on the second page of the staff report that we've gotten 2.59 million back from insurance companies, and we will be seeking to hold the responsible parties that did the contamination responsible for the costs and hope to recover all the amount that has been spent so far.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Attorney, Mr. Patrick Sullivan. Seems like that we get more money what we spend here. We will spend 1.8 and we'll get 1.9 million back. Is that correct, sir?
No, with this new amount, we've almost spent, well, when we spend all the expenditures, we'd be at 7.9, and we've gotten 2.5 back, almost 2.6.
Oh. Okay.
But that also includes the cost of remediation and cleanup plans. So it also includes experts and our proposed cleanup plan to deal with the contamination. And then we're planning as part of the litigation to recover from the parties that actually caused the contamination out there. The city didn't cause any of the contamination. We're just the landowner.
I see. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. So I think this is one of the services that cannot be handled internally. That's why we require outsourcing these type of services.
Correct. It requires specialized expertise in environmental law, insurance law, water law.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other members of the council have questions on this item? If not, do any members of the public wish to speak on this item?
This is pork chop again. I think last time it was not to exceed a certain amount, like 6 million, and now not to exceed whatever, 7 million. So what is the cap? What is the cap? That's number one. Number two is that this Highshare energy company was highly celebrated here in Torrance. So how could they do this damage? And now we have to pay for it. And they are still subleasing that property. Why we did not kick them out of the lease? Contaminating our soil and environment, that would be a good enough reason to kick them out of Torrance. But no, we are paying 7 million now, and last time it was also not to exceed 6 million. So what does that mean? Not to exceed, and then...
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from the public or comments? I don't see any. I'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve 7th Amendment as stated in 9D.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Item 9E from the City Manager and Communications and Information Technology Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Jin Chen, Public Engagement Manager, City Manager's Office. Item 9E is a recommendation of the City Manager and the Communications Information Technology Director that City Council receive an update and provide direction on the potential installation of a live webcam in Torrance as a means of promoting the city in a visual medium. This is in response to Councilman Matucci's oral request in September to perform a cost and feasibility study and research potential security concerns and connectivity associated with potentially installing a live webcam in our city. A site study was done at Torrance Beach as well as Los Arboles Park, also known as Rocket Ship Park, and staff determined those two locations would be the most optimal in providing a great view of the city. At Torrance Beach, staff found the cellular service was weak and not recommended. Los Arboles Park did have a stronger cellular signal, but both sites still face some similar challenges, including not having power during the day as the power source to the lightning poles where the camera would be mounted is turned off by centralized timer. And to provide the power source, a battery pack would need to be mounted to the pole and charged overnight. While both locations were found to have numerous challenges, staff still believes a webcam could be established at Los Arboles Park. A complete camera system, including the cost of installing all necessary equipment, which includes an uninterrupted power supply, a cellular router, outdoor rated high definition quality camera, one that could seamlessly integrate with the city's video management system and can be viewed online, would cost $14,463.62, with an ongoing monthly cost of about $71 per month for streaming and internet services. Staff requests that City Council provide direction on whether to move forward with the installation of one camera system at Los Arboles Park, or accept and file the update and not pursue a webcam installation at this time. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, thank staff for doing the research. I know there's always going to be obstacles with everything, and I don't think ever when we spend money, we ever, say, oh, wow, that's just a great idea to just throw money at it. I know times are tough and everything else financially, but I think we have a lot more to gain out of something like this than we do when it compares to how much of an investment we have to put in. It's a relatively small investment to really give us a lot of exposure, in my opinion. The landing page where this live broadcast, if it passes, this live broadcast could easily have, very, very great information for Torrance, including list of hotels, restaurants. In my opinion, I think something like this could also be something to where news, let's say 7 o'clock news, 6 o'clock news, Channel 7 says, oh, this is a live look from Rocket Ship Park in Torrance. It just kind of gives people the idea that we're not just a flat piece of land in the middle of the South Bay. We actually have some beautiful views, beautiful parks. We exist. And I'll tell you a little story about, having visibility. In 1977, we moved to Torrance because my dad in Italy saw the Rose Float on TV. Media works, and some people might say thank you to the Rose Float. Some people might say, darn Rose Float. But needless to say, we saw it. My dad looked it up on a map and said, oh, that's pretty close to where I used to live in Westwood. And that's how we came here. We bought a house on Milne Drive back in '77. So this type of media, in my opinion, if used properly, could attract people to the website at the very least. So I know if we talk about trying to attract people to Torrance, I think this is a nice, cool way to show people the views that we have, whether we do the beach or anywhere else really in the city. But I think privacy is obviously an issue. So projecting or facing the camera towards a view, I don't think it's going to impede on anybody's privacy. So I like the Rocket Ship Park idea. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you. I appreciate the update on this, and I like the idea. I think this is relatively no-brainer for a really low cost to publicize, as my colleague says. Couple minor concerns. Obviously, vandalism is a concern, and I don't know what kind of protections there would be for protecting such a camera installation from vandalism, and I'm sure you'll do something to make that work, but it's not a question, it's just a concern. But my other question is, can the view be changed? I mean, let's say you put it in Rocket Ship Park, which I like that idea a lot, nice, beautiful view. Would that be something that would always be the same view all the time, or would the camera have the ability to pan and potentially use the camera for security purposes to look into the park and see what's going on in the park? Or potentially, if we go to the point of creating a site for a webcam like this, could we install additional camera for use by, police and other surveillance purposes to, ensure the security of our park areas?
Yes, Councilman.
Good.
I'm Prime City Manager. Once we have the infrastructure and the battery pack, we would be able to expand. We can explore the pan and tilt feature because that's a beautiful panoramic view. Andre shaking his head. Andre Yermakov, our CIT director. So we'll use it to the full extent. And as Councilman Matucci alluded earlier, we will embed the link in all of our public-facing outlets, including Torrance app, the city's website, economic development, as a means to attract visitors to downtown and our mall and our shopping centers, and also to the park. So
Yep.
that's another issue we'll deal with.
Well, thank you. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Matucci, for this great idea. I believe it is a wonderful idea. It's very cost-effective as a way to bring awareness to our beautiful city, and like everybody just said, potentially has other benefits as well to monitor activities. So I'll be supporting it as well, and I wanted to say thank you.
Great. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank Councilman Matucci. A great idea. I think that will be beneficial for so many different levels. I think that's a good idea. Will we be recording this camera feed? One of the features, will that be recording? Well, no.
Councilman, we will not be recording. If we record, we have requirements for retention, which will add significant cost. And our intent is to create a live view.
It's just a live view. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of the council that have comments on this? Does anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Kind of tall, pork chop. Hi, Sarah Lyon, President of the South Bay LGBTQ Center and professor at El Camino College. My question is in regards to safety with the proposed location of having a live stream at a park. There's children. Might be a little creepy. Yeah, what do you say to that?
Your Honor.
Go ahead, Danny.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. The intent of the camera positioning is to capture the city view. It is not a play equipment or children at play. You see city lights, the landscape. It's a view of the valley below, so to speak, from that elevated position.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Hello, this is Porchap again. Believe it or not, I like the idea. I like it. Redondo have it, Redondo have it at the pier. Hermosa Beach have it at the pier. I just enjoy the girls playing volleyball, And the only thing is, the zoom, it should be a good zoom on it, you know what I mean? Or features like, I could control the zoom, like the airport, like Sling Pilot Academy. I watch and, and then I control the zoom, what I want to see. So the beach would be the best, and other location would be good at my house. My house, I would provide electricity, no charge for setup, and let's view all the people throwing eggs to my house. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? I don't see any. How does the council wish to proceed?
Move that we approve item 9E with the installation of a live cam broadcast camera at Rocket Ship Park.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Item 9F from the city manager, is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, there is. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Agenda item 9F is related to two City of Torrance owned parcels located to the rear of 4805 Paseo de las Tortugas. These parcels are assessor parcel number 7532-011-900 and 7532-011-901, and they were acquired by the city in 1976 and 1991, respectively. During a 2021 remodel of 4805 Paseo de las Tortugas, it was discovered that prior improvements made to the area by prior owners involving a 1950s era pool installation and 1960s era rear fence installation were completed by prior owners that encroach onto the subject parcels. Following this encroachment discovery, a survey was completed by the residence owners, and an extensive negotiation between the residents and representatives and the city was completed in order to find a resolution and settlement to the encroachment. In exchange for the negotiated easement covering the 698 square feet area between the true rear property line of 4805 Paseo de las Tortugas and the existing rear fence, the city will be compensated with a $30,000 payment included in the settlement, and the city will maintain continued oversight of any proposed modifications within the subject area. In compliance with the California Surplus Land Act, necessary findings in declaring the property as surplus, as it is less than 5,000 square feet in area and is being provided to the benefit of an adjacent property per California Government Code Section 542221. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt findings that portions of the city-owned vacant properties are exempt of the surplus land under the California Surplus Land Act as defined by California Government Code Section 54221, and adopt a resolution authorizing and directing the mayor to execute and the city clerk to attest to the grant easement entitlement, easement agreement with covenants, conditions, and restrictions for portions of the city-owned vacant properties. And finally, adopt a resolution authorizing and directing the mayor to execute and the city clerk to attest to the settlement and release agreement between the City of Torrance and the property owners of 4805 Paseo de las Tortugas to cure the existing encroachment dispute. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comment from the council? I don't see any. Do any members of the public wish to speak? I believe there's one person who submitted a comment card.
Jason Oldenburg.
Good evening, council. I just wanted to set the record straight in that me being the resident at 4805 Paseo de las Tortugas, we were the ones that brought the issue up to the city. It wasn't that the city came and discovered it on their own. It was brought to the city's attention via us after the survey that we had taken came to understanding that a section of the pool that had been permitted in 1957 was actually on city property. Not only the pool, but a section of the deck. This had all occurred in 1957. Being the purchasing of the property, we inherited the issue, and we have proceeded and tried since 2021 to rectify it through multitude of manners, communicating with the planning department. To which now I'm thankful for a resolution after 3 years of heartache. But thank you for your time.
Any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Okay, I don't see any. I thought you... Okay, got it. Then I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the city manager and adopt resolutions. City clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The first is resolution number 2024-10, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the mayor to execute and the city clerk to attest to grant of easement entitled Easement Agreement with Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions, and adopt findings declaring that portions of city-owned property are exempt surplus land under the California Surplus Land Act. And resolution number 2024-11, A resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the mayor to execute and the city clerk to attest to a settlement and release agreement to cure an encroachment dispute between the city and the property owners of 4805 Paseo de las Tortugas.
Motion to adopt resolutions number 2024-10 and 2024-11.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Item 9G, from the city clerk, is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. At the City Council meeting date of September 27th, Councilmember Lewis requested an item be brought back to consider possible changes to filling of a commission vacancy by a formally turned out commissioner due to an unexpected resignation, removal, or termination of a commission member. After careful consideration and review of this request, the city attorney and city clerk recommend against this action. However, should the city council decide to move forward, suggested language has been provided in the staff report, and the city clerk would have to bring back an ordinance. At the City Council meeting date of December 19, 2023, City Council directed the city clerk to bring back an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code, TMC, with regard to the commission appointments, to change from the mayor appointing commissions to the City Council appointing commissions. It is recommended that City Council adopt Ordinance 3932 and approve the ordinance summary for publication. In addition, this item includes some additional recommendations for changes to commissions. At the City Council meeting date of January 9th, 2024, Councilmember Matucci received concurrence to reconsider combining the Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation and Traffic Commissions. After discussions with commission liaisons, a request was made to bring forth consideration to combine the Parks and Recreation Commission with the Cultural Arts Commission and change the name to the Community Services Commission. In addition, council could consider combining other commissions, such as traffic and water commissions, and rename that one Public Works Commission. Most of the city commissions were formed in the 60s. The city council may wish to review the duties of each commission, which have been provided in the staff report, and discuss any revisions or updates that may be needed to the duties. Council could decide to combine or disband any other commissions as they feel if a commission is no longer needed. If council chose to combine commissions, a natural attrition would be used, whereby no new commissioners would be appointed to the combined commission until the commission was down to 7 members. Combining commissions would result in budgetary savings across multiple departments, including staff time booking meeting rooms, writing staff reports and agendas, coordinating room setups, posting agendas and staff reports both at the legal posting place and online, and scheduling recording secretaries. It should be noted that all of these proposed changes affect staff workflow, and commissioners do not direct staff workflow. Some background on staff workflow, just some things for your knowledge. There are some staff members who attend city council meetings on Tuesdays and a commission meeting on both Wednesday and Thursday in the same week. So that's one consideration. Recently, 2 commission liaisons worked to coordinate a joint meeting between their commissions. The commissioners all agreed on a specific date. It took a lot of time to coordinate and set up the meeting, and the meeting was canceled due to a lack of quorum from the commission. The other proposed changes are a change to the Environmental Quality Commission to meet at least once every quarter, but allow for meetings to be held at any time as needed. Change the Historic Preservation to meet at least biannually, but allow meetings to be held at any time as needed, or change the Historic Preservation to meet 6 times a year and have meetings held at any time if needed. Change the Library Commission to meet 6 times a year, but allow for meetings to be held at any time as needed. And change the Commission on Aging to meet 6 times a year, but allow for meetings to be scheduled at any time as needed. If any of these changes are approved by the City Council, the City Clerk would need to bring back an ordinance to amend the Torrance Municipal Code with these changes. I would like to thank City Attorney Patrick Sullivan, Community Development Director Michelle Ramirez, Community Services Director John LaRock, Public Works Director Craig Belazarian, and all the rest of the commission liaisons who assisted with this item. And I am available for questions, as well as a few of the department heads are also available.
All right. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to, thank everybody. This is a lot of work. I don't think people understand how much work it is. So thank you for all the work that's gone into this. But I do want to speak specifically about the Historic Preservation Commission. This is a new commission. It is not a commission that's been in place for years. It needs to establish itself. And for the first time ever, I have seen the most enthusiastic and exciting group of people that are looking to enrich the city of Torrance with the history that the city of Torrance deserves. We just voted to bring the bid forward, and they're working on looking at bringing historical commercial buildings into the mix of historic preservation. So I just don't want to see this commission changed at this time. Let's give them the opportunity to do all of the exciting things that they're working on. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I concur with my colleague, Councilwoman Kalani, in regards to the Historic Preservation Commission. It's such an important commission that's new and really hasn't had the opportunity to get their feet wet. But I want to take it even a little bit further, not just for historic commissions, but on all these commissions. I guess I have a question first is, did the commissions discuss these potential changes, or was this a staff recommendation?
These are all staff recommendations because commissioners do not direct staff workflow, and these changes affect staff workflow.
Personally, I'm not in favor of changing the amount of times that these different commissions meet, nor combining the commissions. I understand it's a burden on the staff, and it's a burden that's been there as long as I've been around, and long before that. I know we've added a couple of commissions. I really think it would be prudent if the commissions, under the direction of their staff liaison, make these decisions on how often they meet based on the workload that the liaison may be aware of. And but I think for the council to make these decisions, carte blanche, I think is the wrong direction. I think that having been a commissioner myself for 9 years, I think when you volunteer to be a commissioner, you want to feel like you're doing something. And if you're meeting only 4 times a year, you probably won't feel like you're doing anything. And I know they don't do it for the money. They do it because they want to be involved in the city in some way. And yeah, so sometimes the meetings are brief. There's not a lot to discuss. And I've seen those commissions meet on those days where there's not a lot of business, and they still find a way to talk about important and interesting stuff that's related to our city. So to take that away from our volunteers who greatly care about our community, I think is a mistake. And to combine the commissions, I think dilutes the focus of the commissions. And I am not for making these changes. Thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I definitely agree and concur with both of my colleagues, Councilwoman Kalani and Councilman Griffiths. I think specifically talking about the Historic Preservation Commission, they bring such a unique perspective. They give so much leverage to the historic places that we have, and I think we need to continue to support this commission, and I don't think we should combine those which are recommended here. Just out of curiosity, and I think I did not ask that question in advance, I should have, but do we know when we say savings by combining this, how much savings are we talking about here?
I would have to calculate and get back to you on that.
Yes.
It's across several departments. It would be staff salaries. Several times we've set up for commissions and had to cancel due to lack of quorum. And so there's the general services staff time to do that. There's the city clerk staff time, the department staff time to create the agenda and staff reports. I would have to get salary figures from finance for those.
But these are fixed costs. It's not, but I'm not gonna go into that operationals. But we have $400 million budget, Ian, right, for our operational budget?
Yeah, I don't have the exact figure. I could look it
Around
up,
that
but
figure, right?
it's in the 200,000s,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I don't think that that's a good idea to combine different commissions. I don't think that would be prudent. People are very excited when they join the commission, and they bring a lot of different ideas to the community, and the community involvement is one of the biggest things that I advocate that. So I will not be supporting that as well. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this would be for the city attorney, I'm assuming. So are we approaching this under the recommendations that it has to be all or nothing? Or can we adopt portions of the ordinance? So for me, I would like to see the ordinance updated regarding the filling of vacancies,
So,
portion of it.
so the council can accept the ordinance as is, or can request to add or delete from the ordinance. If the ordinance changes are significant enough, we would have to bring it back.
It would just be to, for me, I only want to change that one portion of it, and that would be in the filling of vacancies, that it will be appointed by city council.
That is how the ordinance is written, council member.
Are you,
No.
sorry, are you referring to the changes to the commission? That's just a proposal, that's not actually in the ordinance.
Okay, yeah, so that's what we would be voting on tonight. I just want to
Yeah,
clarify that.
the ordinance is just for the appointments and filling of vacancies. The other portion was just a discussion from staff based on comments made by a councilman at a previous meeting to combine some things. So staff then started looking at some other commissions as well. But the ordinance is just for appointment and filling of vacancies.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we're kind of getting sidetracked with the whole purpose of doing this exercise. I mean, the scope of this is not necessarily to save money, but is to maybe streamline and maximize our ability to take care of stuff within, with the staff that we have. For instance, the Historical Preservation Commission, I think, does bring value, and I believe they meet once a month. Am I correct on that? Once a month, historic?
Yes, council member, they meet once a month currently.
Yeah.
And it's my understanding only one permit so far has come forward.
Okay. So, situations like that to where maybe the agenda, it seems like we're trying to find stuff to put on there, and, so, getting their meetings to meet every 2 months, 6 meetings a year, and then add meetings as needed, I think it would just be wise. I think it would keep the meetings a little bit more interesting than just having maybe just one item that just kind of got scraped from the bottom of the barrel. And then, of course, once things start rocking with the bid and everything else going on in the downtown area, then maybe we can also go bring it back to every month. But for the time being, there's some commissions that looking at their agenda, it literally looks like they're trying to find stuff to put on there. So in those cases, if we're against combining commissions, at the very least, we should consider cutting the amount of meetings that we have. So historic preservation, I don't think would be doing too much harm, or any harm, I should say, if we go to 6 meetings a year and then add them as needed. I think environmental,
Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commission.
Yeah, and I was trying to see, those also meet once a month, right? So the only ones that are civil service and planning are the only ones that meet twice a month. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I think we kind of have to go through all the commissions, see what their workload is. We already know the scope. I mean, the scope is what's in their work program. But changing from 12 to 6 across the board on the commissions, I think would be a good start. And just as we go, add meetings, but maybe just go across the board. Other than planning and civil service, just go across the board and have them meet basically every 2 months, 6 meetings a year. And if we have a bigger workload, we just add meetings. That would be my suggestion as far as without combining commissions. Just leave the commissions as they are. Just cut down the number of meetings initially. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually think that I'll chime in a little bit that if there is an opportunity to combine, it should not be interpreted as we are removing the purpose for which a commission was opened up. If there is opportunity to create some efficiency and still cover it all with the same subject matter experts on staff, I am open to that discussion. If there's so I think immediately what I hear is this concern that the purpose of the commission goes away if we consider a combine. I don't think that's necessary. It has to be that way. But if it's and then looks like the staff is always leaving an opportunity to add additional meetings as required. So I actually think asked my colleagues to at least look at if there's an efficiency, if we can get most of the CDD folks that's involved combined, at least look at that in the community services or even public works. I think there's an opportunity to create some efficiency, to not look at it as a commission goes away, but we can actually merge, if you will. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question to staff, or going to ask, have we gone to the commissions and asked them how they feel about reducing the amount of times they meet, or?
Councilmember, no, because this all affects staff workflow and commissions don't direct work staff flow. Council has ultimate authority over creating commissions and changing anything to do with the commissions, so it's under council purview, and then workflow falls under the city manager, not commissioners. So that's why I did not reach out to commissioners.
Okay, all right, thank you. Maybe that would be something we might consider. They will know better than some of us whether they have an opportunity to make a difference meeting more often, I think. Thank you.
Anyone else from the council before I go to the public? Oh, Ian?
Mayor, Council, if I just may clarify back to Councilman Shake's question a moment ago, just wanted to clarify some numbers on council's budget. So the adopted FY 23-24 city council budget's $580,000. If we peel back direct council expenses and just focus on the direct costs of the commissions themselves, what's left for those commissions citywide is $84,000. So I just want to provide clarity on those figures. Thanks.
Thank you. I think at this point we are going to the public. Anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Adam Schwartz, Historic Preservation Commissioner. I really truly believe that we have some fantastic momentum going on in our commission right now. I also want to clarify, as of this year, actually as of late last year, we are meeting every other month. That was a surprise to us. And truly, no less than that. Any less than that, and we will entirely lose any momentum we possibly can have. And I really want to emphasize, we're having a lot of momentum. Just this past Thursday, we learned that we have 2 more applications for historic landmarks. And those are just with our current residential program. If we expand to commercial properties, that'll be a lot more in the public view. People will know about the duties of our commission a lot more, and we can get a whole lot more done. So please, no less than every other month. Thank you.
Hi, I'm here once again to speak about historic Old Torrance, but in another regard. The Historic Preservation Commission is necessary for preserving our community's rich history, not just Torrance's, but that of the South Bay. Old Torrance is where the South Bay started. If not for what is now lovingly referred to as Old Torrance, the South Bay would be a very different place. And it's not just residences in Old Torrance, it's throughout the city. And it's not just residences, it's commercial properties designed by renowned architects like Irving Gill. Please allow this commission to continue its work in preserving the history of our community before it's gone. Let's be forward-thinking on this matter by allowing commissioners to look to the past. Also, isn't allowing commissioners to find things to work on a good thing? Thank you.
Hello again. I would like to bring forth the concern in the wording to allow meetings to be held at any time as needed, in addition to proposed reducing of the meeting times. If there's not a clear time commitment, it will be an unnecessary struggle to schedule additional meetings that work with the commissioners and staff schedules. And to echo Councilmember Griffith's point, all commission meetings that take place allow for progress in our city, and having a wider range of perspectives from more residents volunteering on various commissions allows for more progress to happen at a municipal level. And the Historical Preservation Commission in particular is an asset to the bid and downtown Torrance revitalization. And so my question is, will the discussion of combining or disbanding commissions or changing the meeting schedule of commissions be brought back for public hearing?
I think we're having a public hearing right now, right?
It's not a public hearing,
Sure.
Your Honor. It's under the purview of the city
Right.
council.
Right. I mean, when I say public hearing, public are making
Well,
comments.
yeah, public are
right
making
now.
comments now.
Yeah. It's kind of like when we appoint commissioners. We don't ask the public to appoint, we appoint. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Good evening, Julie Dojeri. I am a commissioner on the Commission on Aging. I was very, very surprised. Last meeting, Councilwoman Lewis just wanted a change on how vacancies are filled. And then all of a sudden on the agenda, I see all this other thing. And the commissioners, I think, should have some kind of input, especially when you're changing dates, changing the number of meetings, and combining them. We serve the public. We are a liaison between you guys and the residents, and I think it's important to to keep the commissions. So I hope that you would consider getting the input of the commissioners.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
It's past my bedtime. I was a member of the first commissioner certification training that Frank Scotto initiated in 2006. And I've probably been certified, I don't know how many times, 12 times. And each time, the mayor, whether it's Mayor Chin, Mayor Fury, Mayor Scotto, would always introduce, do an introductory thing, and always say, as Judy said, you're the people that we need, that we, being the council, needs. We're your eyes and ears. And for you to throw that away is a mistake, is a very bad mistake. I just want you to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item?
This is Andy Porchop. It did not pass my bedtime yet. I like the commissions, believe it or not, and I tell you why. I was here at the meeting, Civil Service Commission, I think yesterday, guess what? I could go up to the podium. Chad, imagine that I walked up to the podium because these things weren't here. All those ladies did not afraid of pork chop. I was here at the other commission meeting, and more people than this was here, like 60 to 80 people, and this wasn't here. We could go up and address the commission from there. Now, they just should work on the 3 minutes time, you know, because they're not afraid of us like you. I don't know why is this for.
Thank you. Your time is up, sir. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? If not, Councilman Griffith, do you have a comment? You're making a motion.
I'm requesting to speak.
Okay. Go ahead.
Question for staff. If the staff liaison responsible for a commission felt there wasn't enough business, could they call a dark night?
Yes, they could cancel the meeting.
Okay. In my mind, it's easier to cancel a meeting than it is to schedule a special meeting. And as a volunteer commissioner, you kind of want to set yourself to a schedule. And if you know you're going to meet every month, then you're prepared for it, it's on your calendar. But if you ask to skip a couple months, it's not on your calendar anymore. So you schedule something else in that time. And now if somebody says, well, we need to have a special meeting, commissioners can't make it. And so I think that that's the wrong direction to go. I think we've been doing it this way for this long, very successfully. As former council member Wiedemann said, volunteers are a critical component of our city. They have the opportunity at every single meeting to hear from the public. And that's really important, even if they have nothing on the agenda. And we can't eliminate that more. It reduces the transparency of our government. And so for that reason, I cannot support just willy-nilly reducing the commission stuff. If staff thinks strongly that they need to cancel a meeting because there's just not enough business or there's some conflicts with their staff time, let them cancel a meeting from time to time, just like we do here on city council. If we can't, for some reason, we're going to go out of town for travel or we need to cancel for lack of business, we have that option today. And I think the commission should have that same option. So I think it's really imperative to me that we keep the commissions. The commissioners are such a vital part of our community. And I know not every member of our council has been a commissioner, and I've been a commissioner for 9 years, longer than anybody else up here. And I attended every single commission meeting. I think I missed 2 commission meetings in 9 years. And I felt very proud to participate in those meetings, no matter how big or how small that agenda was. So tonight I will support continuing to support our commissions the way they are, and I will support the ordinance with the changes that we've discussed for many years, and I'm happy to see those changes finally made. But I'm not making the motion at this time. Somebody else is queued up.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council wish to speak? How does the council wish to proceed? It looks like I have someone clicked in there. So I ask the clerk to give us a number and title.
Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3932, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending sections 13.1.2, 13.2.2, 13.3.2, 13.4.2, 13.5.2, 13.9.2, 13.10.2, 13.11.2A, 13.15.2, 13.16.2, 13.18.2, 13.20.020, and 13.21.030, all titled Appointment and Terms of Members, and sections 13.1.3, 13.2.3, 13.3.3, 13.5.3, 13.9.3, 13.15.3, 13.16.3, 13.18.3, 13.20.030, and 13.21.040, all titled Filling of Vacancies of the Torrance Municipal Code relating to appointment of commissioners.
May I ask, Mr. Sullivan, can I separate the ordinance with the other discussion?
Yeah, if you just want to take an action on the ordinance, and then you can make a second motion if you'd like to on the second one, or you can just accept and file on the second.
Okay, I just don't want our clerk to have to repeat that again.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
What was the middle section? Yeah.
Middle section. So I'd like to move that we adopt ordinance number 3932.
And the summary, ordinance summary
Yes, that too,
for publication.
for publication.
Oh, and the CEQA exemption.
All right, just give me the number. Let's see.
Items 1, 2, 3, and 4.
There you go. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. And if I could make a second motion on, sorry. I fully understand everything that's been discussed up here. I think it's very, very important to keep our commissions. They all serve a specific role. I think in the future, we may want to look into combining some if we so choose to. But for now, we went from 4 meetings on the city council to 2. And it seems like it's still working out. I know the meetings are long. They were long before as well, but we did that to try to streamline and also respect the time and ability of our staff. So if we put the decision on the commission and the commissioners, they're going to want to come, twice a month. Their roles individually are going to be, I guess in a way, more important to them than maybe anybody else, because they're the ones in that role. So I just think as an initial step that we cut down the meetings to 6 meetings a year on all the commissions except Civil Service and Planning Commission, and keep it open to add additional meetings, which I really don't predict there's going to be much need for additional meetings. That would alleviate a lot of the pressure that we have with staff. So I'd like to make that motion that we cut meetings from anyone that's doing 12 meetings a year to down to 6, minus except the Civil Service and Planning Commission.
Do we have a second?
Tried.
Okay, I don't think we have a second, so that goes. Do we have a substitute motion? Councilman Griffiths. Oh, is Councilman Griffiths or Kalani? It looks like Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to move that we make no changes to the meeting schedules nor the combination of any of our commissions at this time, and leave the scheduling of commission meetings up to the staff liaison if there's a need to cancel a meeting from time to time.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci and Mayor Chen voting no.
Okay, we're on to item 9G. 9H from the City Manager, General Service Director, and Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Jen Chen, Public Engagement Manager, City Manager's Office. Item 9H is a recommendation of the City Manager, General Services, and Public Works Directors that City Council receive an update and provide direction on the potential installation of a new electronic message board. This is in response to Councilman Griffith's oral request in September to perform a cost and feasibility study and research potentially installing a new electronic message board at the southwest corner of Hawthorne Boulevard and Pacific Coast Highway. Staff coordinated a site visit with San Pedro Electronic Sign Company, SPESC, which is the company that installed the 3 existing signs at Charles Wilson Park, North Torrance Library, and the Civic Center. Given existing infrastructure in the public right-of-way, SPESC's initial assessment found potential concerns that the electronic message board would have to be extremely tall, multi-facing, and would encroach over the public right-of-way. And despite these features, it would still not cover all directions of the intersection. It would also be in the line of sight from all directions at the intersection due to existing light poles and street signs. The conceptual design estimate that SPESC provided totaled $387,732.51. This would include the installation of the V-shaped frame, new pipes, footing, concrete, engineering, and city-approved design drawings. Staff from General Services, Public Works, Communications, and Information Technology, along with the City Manager's Office, reviewed the design and, with consideration of the associated constraints, and do not believe this location yields the intended benefits, staff requests direction whether to move forward with the installation of a sign at the southwest corner of Hawthorne Boulevard and Pacific Coast Highway, or pursue an alternative location or different type of sign, or accept and file an update and not pursue a sign installation at this time, and instead deferring further action until it's determined how to develop the property. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff. Appreciate all the time and energy that you went into this at my request. The reason I made the request is because there is no city signage that announces different things anywhere south of Wilson Park is the furthest south that we have a sign that displays city-related activities and events. And I thought it was appropriate that we consider the other half of the city in the south and put a sign in. But I'm going to urge my colleagues to vote no on this. It's an absolutely horrendous proposal. And I really appreciate staff doing it. I realize that that corner presents some significant challenges, but to make that sign so gigantic, and it's hideous. I'm so sorry to say that, and I'm just being really blunt. But I would like to see consideration for a similar sign to what I envisioned in the south. And you offered 2 different suggestions. Was there any price associated with those? I imagine
I did not explore at any other location.
I think it would be worth exploring something in the center median of Hawthorne and your options, the first option, somewhere between Sky Park and 238th Street. I think that would get a tremendous amount of visibility without having to be a monstrously large sign, and it could be more in line with the size of sign that we have at the other locations throughout the city, like at Wilson Park and so forth. Obviously, that creates some issues because it's a Caltrans roadway that would require some extra issues. It might take 20 years to get it done, but hopefully with staff and council, if they support that idea, they could make it happen, and I think that would potentially be the next best location I could think of. So I absolutely say no to this, but I would like to see exploration and a future agenda item with details on a proposal for option 1.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually love the sign, just not there. I would definitely support looking for other areas within the city. Yeah, you are right. Yeah, the south doesn't have really any signage, so I would definitely support alternate locations. And also, one of the bigger concerns for this sign in that particular spot is that we don't know what's going to be built behind it. We also don't know if that portion of the land may eventually be connected with other parcels and be able to redevelop, and then what do we do there? So we want to be able to maximize visibility and also give it some longevity so that we don't have to like tear it down because a developer says, you know, my tenants aren't going to be wanting to look at that sign all day long type of situation. So I would definitely vote no on this proposal, but I do like the concept, maybe explore different locations. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council? I don't see any. Does any members of the public wish to speak on this item?
The pork chop again. I'm very sad, you know, you don't like this because I was happy. Finally, we have a sign at PCH and Hawthorne Boulevard. Tens of thousands of cars going through there. And I would really like that sign. You know, you got a red light. There is something to do. You know what I mean? So it could have advertised our city, advertised downtown Torrance, you know, advertised the beach and everything. But if you don't want it, then, you know, screw it. So I'm sad, but I'm not gonna cry. So it's okay. It's okay. But I would really love it, you know. You could advertise City of Pork Chop and something, you know. I would appreciate that, but if not, you know, what can I do?
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? I don't see any. How does the council wish to proceed?
Mayor, I'd like to motion that we reject this proposal, but consider other options and bring back a future item that would provide a more detailed cost or other concerns about potentially the option one at between Scar Park and 238th on Hawthorne, or some other suitable location that's acceptable to the council.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
This next item may take a little time, so I think there's a desire for a 5-minute break. So we'll take a 5-minute break and then start item 10A. It's 9:43. We've resumed our council meeting from the break. Moving on to item 10, hearing. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A. This is a recommendation of the Community Development Director that City Council conduct a public hearing on land use study 24-00002 regarding proposed amendments to the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to electronic and digital billboards. Determine the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines. Adopt an ordinance pertaining to electronic digital billboards and approve an ordinance summary for publication. The public hearing will be conducted as follows. Staff will begin with a presentation and respond to any questions from the City Council. Afterwards, the public comment period will begin with each speaker having up to 2 minutes per person. At the conclusion of the public comment period, the City Council will close the public hearing and take actions on this matter. Is there a staff presentation?
There is, Your Honor. Good evening, Your Honor, and members of the City Council. I'm Oscar Martinez with the Community Development Department, and I have a brief presentation that covers the material in your agenda item tonight. Slide, please. I will be providing some background information on the existing and proposed amendments, and recommendation by the Community Development Director. Slide, please. In August 2021, the sign code was revised and moved from the Building and Safety chapter of the Municipal Code to the Land Use chapter of the Municipal Code. The code updates addressed deficiencies at the time and established a process for new types of signage, as well as a discretionary review process. At the time, standards for electronic billboards and electronic message center signs were included, but only the electronic message center standards were adopted. Ultimately, both types of signs were added to the list of prohibited signs. Slide, please. In 2023, Councilmember Kaji requested an ordinance be brought back related to digital signs. In February 2024, the Planning Commission conducted a public hearing but did not come to a consensus on forwarding their recommendations to the City Council. During the discussion, concerns were brought up by commissioners related to setbacks to residential properties, maximum area of the billboards in relation to street classifications. Slide, please. The following is a summary of the proposed amendments. As previously mentioned, electronic message center sign standards were adopted, but were added to a list of prohibited signs. The proposed modification would remove them from prohibited signs and maintain the standards that were adopted in 2021, which require a conditional use permit process and only allows them to be at businesses or shopping centers or institutional uses that are located on 1 or more acres of land. The permissible zones include commercial, industrial, and public use zones, and only allowed on streets classified as major arterial or regional corridors. Slide, please. For digital and electronic billboards, the proposed modifications would repeal the existing enforcement section and replace Article 10 to allow these types of facilities via a discretionary review process, similar to electronic message center signs. They are conditionally allowed in commercial, manufacturing, and public use zones on properties that are located that are 1 acre or larger. Slide, please. They will require at least a 100-foot setback to residential properties, require that they cannot be closer than 1 mile between each other, and establish standards of a maximum height of 80 feet in height, maximum area, display area of 1,000 square feet per face, image transition requirements, maintenance requirements, and also require a development agreement between the operator and the city. Staff reviewed electronic billboard ordinances from the cities of Carson, Hawthorne, Inglewood, and Linwood to compare the proposed ordinance. The cities of Carson, Inglewood, and Hawthorne have established freeway overlay zones to allow billboards and also require a minimum of 100-foot setback to the billboard at any residential use. The maximum areas for the displays range anywhere between 800 square feet to 1,200 square feet. Slide, please. The proposed amendments also repeal Article 10, which entitled Enforcement, and establish it under Article 11. Minor code cleanups are also proposed as some language may conflict with U.S. and California constitutions related to the right of entry as well as some undefined provisions. Slide, please. This image represents a potential properties along the 405 that could qualify for the installation of digital billboards that meet the 1 acre criteria. Some properties along Prairie Avenue may meet the size requirements, but may not meet the minimum 100-foot setback requirement to residential properties. Slide, please. Here's are a couple of examples of a digital billboard and an electronic message center sign from other jurisdictions. Slide, please. In conclusion, the Community Development Director recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing on LUS 24-00002, determine the proposed code amendments are exempt per CEQA per guidelines section 15061B3, adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code, and approve an ordinance summary for publication. That concludes staff's presentation and is available for any questions.
Thank you. Does the council have any questions for staff? Yes, we do. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you very much. And forgive me in advance if I missed this. I tried to read the whole document. There's a lot of pages. And thank you once again for putting this together. I know it's a lot of work. On your own presentation, on page 7, you talked about the 100 feet setback. Is there any precedence set for electronic signage? Because I know that I live a considerable distance from Zamperini Field, for example. But yet on football nights, the lights are bright, and I need to close drapes to put my grandson to bed, you know? So that was one of my questions, was that 100 feet setback, is it really enough? Secondly, is there any time limitations that these signs can operate? Do they need to be turned off at 9 p.m. and can't, operate, overnight? And I apologize if I didn't read it in this package, but I did look for it, I promise.
Your Honor and Councilmember Kalani, there are standards to require dimming at the evening and in the nighttime, but there are no restrictions on the hours of operation.
So it could go all night long?
It could. As proposed, the ordinance, it could go all night. And then in relation to the 100-foot setback, again, when staff reviewed other jurisdictions, there were some that did provide a 100-foot setback to residential properties. I can tell you that some of the comments that the commission made was that they felt that 100 feet was not enough, and they could not come to a consensus on what that distance requirement was.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, I know that a mile separation sounds like a lot, but I'm just concerned with the natural desire to be biggest, brightest, busiest when it comes to these electronic signs. What was their thought on the 1 mile separation? Did they think that was enough?
Councilmember, I don't believe that they had any comments on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, the 1 mile separation is pretty consistent with other jurisdictions.
Okay, that was helpful to know. Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I too have a concern about the 100 feet is, from here to that door, it had to be what, 70, maybe 70 feet from here to those back doors. So, that's really, really close, 100 feet. Also, the 1 acre, minimum 1 acre requirement, is that pretty much what's consistent with other cities, or how do we come up with that?
Councilmember, that was a requirement that was kind of discussed at the last code update, where they were proposing a 1 mile separation at that time.
No, but what about the 1 acre size of the land?
The 1 acre is a carryover from the previous discussions.
From the previous discussions, yeah. Looking at the map doesn't really give us many options as far as locations. If we were to lower that number to, say, half an acre, that's still about 20,000 square foot lot. It's pretty good sized piece of land, and put the so if we actually brought it back with a 200 foot setback and 20,000 square foot minimum, which is approximately half acre, how would that look on a map? I think it would give us a little bit more flexibility as far as where we can put them. And when we say 200 feet, is that from the sign to the property line or to the dwelling, the actual structure?
As proposed, it's 100 feet to the actual property line setback, but the structure, the billboard structure itself to a residential property line.
The residential property line, okay. Yeah, still, I think 100 feet is pretty close, but we'll see what everybody else has to say. And I don't know if turning them off would be wise, because I think, but I think dimming them down is definitely a must.
Councilmember, yes, so in all the jurisdictions reviewed, they typically had nighttime operation hours where they would dim the lights in the evening.
Yeah, so I know Lawndale, when they built that huge one along the freeway, got a lot of residential people that actually complained about the brightness of it, and I believe they dimmed it down considerably. So I think that kind of died down, but it is a nice way to get the message across and maybe advertising and whatever else. So, all right, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, staff, for your work on this and your research. I think I was the only one here that was I the only one here back in 2017 when I think electronic billboards first came forward? And my recollection from looking at the notes is that it barely passed to do approval of electronic billboards, but still required a CUP to get approved. And I'm not sure where the prohibited signs thing came from, because I thought it was approved that they could have them as long as it was granted a CUP.
Councilmember Griffiths, in looking back at the minutes and the item at the time, it was included as prohibited signs. So both electronic message centers and electronic freeway signs.
But yet if somebody wanted to do one, they could bring it forward, and if they could get the CUP approved and push through, they were able to do it?
No.
Because we were able to do electronic reader boards.
Councilmember, there might be a confusion between on-premise and off-premise signage in terms of, on-premise advertising versus off-premise advertising. The message center signs typically are for on-premise advertising, so they advertise goods, services on the properties. The off-premise ones, like the billboards, those are the ones that were shut down.
Because I'm not sure then what did they pass. It would pass 4-3 is the vote on that item back on August in 2017. To allow digital billboards with the CUP with a 300-foot distance to residential and a 700-foot maximum. So I'm a little confused that what was that vote for?
Councilmember, I'd have to go back and look at that one, but the item, when they were included in 2021, that's when they were added to the list of prohibited signs.
Right, and then I remember 2021, the August 10th meeting, the sign ordinance passed with a vote of 5-2, allowing digital billboards, but with a CUP as well, but denied any freeway signs.
Correct. They denied any freeway signs and included electronic message center signage. The standards were in place, but again, they were added as a list.
Allowed them or?
To not allow them.
I'm not sure what these votes were for then. I was under the impression that these votes both approved them with, restrictions and requirements of CUPs. I'll back off of those comments for the moment, and I'll just go back a little bit further in history and mention the fact that back in my old days on the Environmental Commission, when Environmental Commission was responsible for signs, we've had many, many, many discussions about signs throughout the city, and one of the things that kept coming up is that the city was proud of the fact that we have almost no billboards in our city, and that people could tell when they drive into Torrance a significant difference of the visuals because of that lack of billboards in our city, whereas if you drive across our border streets, all of a sudden you see these massive billboards and, in my opinion, the unattractiveness of that. And So it was a long-standing tradition that the city shy away from billboards of any kind because of that, because we wanted to set ourselves apart as a city and have a much stricter sign ordinances that help keep our city looking clean as compared to other cities who are more lenient as far as signage goes. And I think even still today, even with our somewhat lack of enforcement of our sign codes, you can still see that difference when you drive within our city and outside of our city, the visual noise that signs are creating. So I'm really concerned about that. I absolutely will not support freeway signs. Even if it results in generating revenue, I think there are some things we just shouldn't do just for the sake of generating revenue. If we had a sports stadium, for instance, if we had a 50,000 seat sports complex or something like that, I think that would be a different story, but we don't. And to put all kinds of crazy ads for radio stations and other kind of stuff up there, I think, in my personal opinion, I'm going to say this, it looks tacky. And I don't think Torrance should be looking tacky. I think we should be a cut above the other cities around us. Just because they've done it doesn't mean we should do it as well. And I'm interested to hear what my colleagues say and the public has to say, but I'm very concerned about this issue. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, staff, for the preparation of this. When I first brought this up, I think it was last year, during that interim period, I did reach out to the Torrance Auto Dealers Association, and they wrote a letter back last year in August in support of adding electronic digital signs along the freeway, which would enable their dealerships to generate more sales by attracting more customers to their dealerships. As all of you know, sales tax revenue is a vital source of revenue for the city. It's by way of sales tax revenue that we provide services to our residents. I believe it's important that we look at all potential avenues of revenue generation, which benefit our sales tax revenue generators like the dealerships, like our retailers, including Simon Properties, Del Amo Mall, and for all the cities that surround us, cities of Carson, cities of Lawndale, Inglewood, for example, has their own digital signs along the freeway and also leading to SoFi Stadium and into it. Mayor James Butts relayed to me that those signs right now generate $6 million a year to their general fund. So I believe it's important for our city to now look at moving forward with improving our image, our commercial image. And I don't believe that by having those signs, it would diminish our city's image here in the South Bay. If anything, I believe that it will enhance our image by, for example, helping to attract more visitors to our downtown district, in addition to our Hawthorne commercial corridor. Also, I did come across an Assembly bill, 1869, that is before the Assembly, which is currently in committee, which has been introduced only for the benefit of the city of Hawthorne to increase their digital sign presence. I was at an event today with the mayor of Hawthorne, and I did ask him the question, and he says, yes, we're looking forward to advancing this because our city and our residents demand greater levels of service. So I'm hopeful that in today's financial condition of the city, we're still climbing out of a financial hole. And that's why I believe now, maybe back in 2017, we're in a different place and a different time. But I think now for our city, we need to consider hitting on all cylinders and revving up our economic engine and ensuring that we don't have to go by way of taxing residents, but we can tap other sources of revenue which will help to float all boats here in the city of Torrance. So I'm looking forward to comments from my colleagues and also from the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for presenting that and also providing the details. Very well-written document. Couple concerns that I'd like to address and possibly get input and response. First of all, I like the idea that it should not be any video or motion, no flashing. That's very important. I think that we are prohibiting those, and also no audio. I am really concerned about the size of these digital signs. Do we know, and I should have asked earlier, I don't know if you know the answer, what's the size of the digital sign that we have at the Delamo Mall from Carson Street, from east and west? Do we know offhand?
Unfortunately, Councilmember, I'm not familiar with that, with the size of that, but I can tell you that it's a static sign, it's not a digital sign. So
Well, it's not, but okay. But it gives you an idea the size, because we are recommending here 40 by 80, right? Or 80 by 40, right? 80 feet by 40.
It could be up to, 80 feet in height for the structure itself, but the display area, it's up to 1,000 square feet. So it could be a screen size of approximately 20 by 50.
The maximum?
Correct.
Okay.
And
I did
Councilmember,
not read
as
that.
Community Development Director Ramirez is letting me know, is that it's actually less than what Caltrans allows.
Okay.
Your Honorable Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. Caltrans actually allows signs up to, just the face of it, up to 1,200 square feet. So we actually are proposing less than what Caltrans does allow along the freeway.
Do we have any visual, any sign that we can see this is what we are asking? Any recollection? I mean, I cannot visualize.
Councilman Adams, Prime City Manager, the Lawndale sign on the 405 will be similar. The one in reference at on Carson Street, the static sign, I think roughly it's probably 800 square feet, just looking from the
Okay.
Google aerial measurement.
Mhm.
But that's typically the size that we've seen. There's one at Ganal, which is not as large
Okay.
from a footprint, but the ones you typically see are the ones on the 405 freeway. As you approach LAX, you'll see them bright, digital.
Right,
And
right.
again, with all the features nowadays, there's greater ability to control the emissions from the light.
Right. And that's exactly where I was going, because this look, definitely we need a new look, but that look gives us the touch for Vegas. I don't think we need that big sign. I think that's my
Yeah,
concern.
they have additional, at least the one in the reference, the one in Lawndale, they use other parts of the sign for advertising above and beyond the sign. I think that's what makes it seem
little
significantly
bigger.
larger.
Larger,
The
okay.
typical ones are along the freeway and they're just contained to the screen itself.
So I think in the next hearing, we may get some requests from the public and, to give us some more feedback, and we can probably bring up some of the signs that we have and kind of an idea what we are proposing and what other signs would be like. We will have more.
What we're proposing is consistent with other neighborhoods, but the city itself is not proposing any installation. It'll be a subject of the property owners with limitations set forth in the ordinance to limit the proliferation, as Councilman Griffith said. At least from our insight, it will be some of the city branding along the freeway to capture that traffic to help our retail and auto dealers. But we will have control as far as some of the other retail centers and, again, avoiding the excess of these digital signs, which has always been a concern at the city of Torrance, to give it the Las Vegas look. I don't think that's what staff is intending, but our community development director can chime in as well.
But I think in our ordinance, we should provide a guidance how.
We are, and we can expand on that.
Okay,
Your Honor and Councilman Sheikh, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. So the guidance in terms of the limitations, height, maximum sign coverage, that is included in the ordinance. And then just to clarify, if the council were to take action on this, there wouldn't be a future hearing. It would only be a second reading. So the council has before them this evening the ability to adopt this ordinance if that is your direction. Short of that direction, you would have to direct staff to come back with whatever additional clarification matters you would like to return.
Definitely like to add some more clarification, and I don't know, at this point, I'm more comfortable in voting on that unless we have a clear picture. I know that you're explaining to us that there is some guidance there, but I cannot visualize literally what will be the impact for different sizes, so I'm a little confused on the sizes, especially the maximum. The other question that I have, I believe on page 7, this is under 8, line item number 8, that the owner will provide the brightness of these billboards. So we do not have any guidance on that. Whichever the owner decides, we just have to go with that.
Your Honorable Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. No, what this is saying is that that if we ask for certification to prove that it's at the brightness level that we are allowing, that they have to provide that to us.
And Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Again, Councilman Sheikh, just ahead of that on item 5.2 on the same page, it does set the standard, an industry standard. And what the Community Development Director was referring to is both at completion of construction, prior to operation release, they would have to submit certification. And then should the staff get complaints that, hey, it's too bright, this provides staff the tool necessary in order to require the operator to submit certification that it remains within those thresholds.
Thank you for the clarification. Then,
If I could also just add, because I know one of the concerns is the size of the sign. The idea of having signs along the freeway, though, is they do need to be large enough so that they can be read. That is the idea of these signs. And if you have signs that are too small along the freeway and they cannot be read, then that kind of that eliminates the purpose of having a sign there. So that's why when you drive down these freeways and you see these signs, and Caltrans did do their own study to come up with what they felt was a size that was acceptable of the 1,200, although we are recommending less than that at 1,000, because we do feel 1,000 would still do the purpose that is needed for the sign. But if you start making that sign smaller and smaller, then you're eliminating the reason for having it there. You don't want, if people are driving down the freeway and they see it, you want them to be able to see it. You don't want them to get right up to it and slow down to see what it's being read.
well, we control the font size. We can control the font size, make it larger. It's up to the computer how you program it.
Well, when it's digital, well, there's a couple of things. If the sign is smaller, then you might have to have more screens start flipping. So, the idea is that you're able to put everything on one screen.
No, I agree, but the idea is also not to make it so monumental, so big that it gives different look, like we're in Vegas, and that's the look
Right, and
any one of us want that.
Correct, and I think how we're doing that also is by having that mile distance. When you're having, for Caltrans standards, you only have to have a 1,000 square feet from between signs. We're actually recommending a mile distance between signs to start eliminate, so we don't have all these signs just going down our freeway. So we've actually put in some additional standards for that purpose.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a good idea to have at least a mile distance.
Councilman, the most that we can allow in Torrance will be 3.
Oh, 145 you're talking about,
Yeah.
right? Yes.
And then the rest will be subject to space requirements at the site of the commercial properties. So the intent is to limit these.
So we already know where we're putting, do we know exact size dimensions for those? We don't know that.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, we know the linear distance of the city along the 405 freeway, and given the mile separation between the conceptual signs, it would cap it out at 3. just because of that mile distance between them.
But the dimension of the billboard sign itself, do we know exact measurement?
The ordinance has what the maximums would be. It does not have what the actual signs would be, because the city is not proposing the actual size. Signs, locations, sign design, signs size. The only thing this would allow is for a separate entity, somebody to propose that. And it could essentially be on city property, or it could be on private property, as long as it met the minimum size requirements that would be incorporated in any final adopted ordinance.
Thank you, sir.
And I would like to add that all signs, we are recommending in this ordinance that a development agreement be entered into, which means that they would all come before the city council for your review and your approval. So if you felt something was not to your standards, then at that time you would be able to have the opportunity to discuss that.
Thank you for clarifying that. Will that go to planning commission first, or it goes to you guys CUP, right?
Councilmember, yes, it would go to planning commission under conditional use permit review, but the development agreement would be entered upon by your honorable body.
Thank you. On page 8, section O, it's talking about the maintenance, and it's requiring that it'll be fixed, but I do not see the time frame. Are we telling them, we're not clear? It's yes, we're telling them that it has to be in an orderly condition, it has to be neat and clean, but if there are some repair needed to be done on any of those, we are not bounding them to fix within certain time frame. I like to add that in there, because that will, it will keep that, excuse me.
Councilman,
They'll be-
Alabama County City Manager, these providers, they sell ads, and there's a contractual obligation typically on the sign owners to be able to display. And so it's also built, incumbent on the owner of the sign to repair them, because that's generating revenue. While we can put safeguards to ensure that they maintain the signs to optimal working conditions, it's also part of their business model to be able to meet their contractual obligations. Because every second they don't sell
Right.
ads, they're not generating revenue. Although they'll, through the development agreement, there will be revenue generation opportunities for the city. So while we will also want to make sure that those signs are working and generating, because they'll be contractually obligated, and that'll be subject to discussion as well.
Right, definitely makes sense, logic that it's not displayed, they're not gonna generate the revenue. But just having that, some time frame, whatever.
I would like to add that, while we try to cover everything in this ordinance, there are some things, though, that would be covered in the development agreement. And that would be one of the items that could actually be covered in the development agreement that says the time frame that they have to make any repairs.
Yes, because I don't know the time frame, but if it is covered, I think that's probably prudent to put in there, so at least they know they have certain time. It's beneficial for them, I understand that, but it is also for a resident. They don't want to have it clickering or it's going for days and nobody's fixing like this. Also about the duration of the, sorry, I can't even speak to that. It says about 8 seconds for each ad. How do we come up with that number?
Councilmember, that's typically the industry standard, has been 8 seconds. At a minimum, so it can be longer, displayed longer.
When you say industry standard, it's like in LA, California, or?
Pretty much what other jurisdictions have approved, and also what they typically, what the billboard operators have done. And I believe that it's also per Caltrans, they can't be any faster in order to avoid any issues with, if they're moving too fast and the driver can't see it, it could potentially cause an accident.
Thank you, sir. Are we, as a city, generating any revenue from this?
Your Honorable Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, yes, that would be part of the development agreement. or there would be a cost share in there that they would be paying for the city. If it turns out that it's on any of our land, then we would also do a lease for the land itself, but then the sign also has its own fee that we get paid.
It's case by case, I mean, only 3 signs, so, so we'll have we should know in advance how much we're gonna generate, just roughly, right? All right, thank you all. These are all the questions I have, but thank you for the opportunity to discuss.
Let me clarify the interpretation of 3 signs. Is that three sign each way? I was wondering if is it directional, depending on which direction you're going on the 405, for example.
It's a mile. It has to be a mile from each sign.
Okay, so it doesn't matter which
It
side.
doesn't matter which
Right.
side.
Okay.
And I think the 3 is based on if they did one on each end and then one in the middle. Obviously, if someone didn't do it that way and put it somewhere else, then maybe we won't get 3 signs. Maybe it might be 2 signs.
Right. But it's going to come before us, at least your department, before it gets the okay anyway. Right. So I think, can the staff go to page 10 for a second on the PowerPoint slide? Just the page before that. So I'm thinking more looking at the one on the left, the one that looks like there's a drink. So those are likely the potential cartoon of what we would see driving along freeway. And staff's report on page 2 in the staff report is the guidelines, how we bound to control it so it doesn't get carried away.
And Your Honor, City Manager, we'd also like to add some of the Torrance branding. That'd be, at least from staff's perspective, one of the benefits of adding destinations, similar to if the community has noticed, the new sound walls, thanks to our Public Works Department engineering team, the new sound walls entering into Torrance will actually have Torrance branded on the wall at several of the exits. And our goal would be to match the motif as folks have driven through town with the latest monument signs welcoming visitors and residents, along with that same continuum of design to create a place of destination. That'd be one of the goals. So there may be some other components, but the digital footprint will be similar to what you're seeing.
Right. That's why I asked to put that slide up. So we're just trying to, bound what a potential customer will want. This is your constraints to live within, and then we go from there. I think that's what you guys are asking us to look at. That's okay. And I know that I was actually at the Auto Dealers Association meeting, and I recall one of our premier auto dealers had shared the same concern that I think Councilman Kaji said earlier, that we were the only city that did not have one. And I think this is an opportunity for our city to do more branding and promote our city in a controlled manner. I think it's an opportunity for us, and I'm looking forward to hearing what others think as well.
Mayor, on the same thing, is the right, we're not considering the one listed on the right side, Mr. Jabarian? Around, the one on the right?
What we envision along the freeway most likely will be the one on the left with some additional architectural components to promote Torrance branding. The one on the one that's more of the shopping center sign, that may be a possibility, but still with the same requirements and conditions. Since we do have significant retail centers, I imagine they'd want to leverage, but then there has to be some acreage limitations, so this can't pop up anywhere.
Right. We have smaller versions of what we see on the right already, right? I think even we just went to the ribbon cutting yesterday at Village Del Amo. They have some new signs there. I'm not sure they're quite digital yet, but at least it looks something like that. Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. A couple more questions for staff as I'm thinking about this some more. And I think I heard some of it, but I want to get clarification. If a private property owner was in a location that was acceptable under this plan for a freeway sign, and they said they want to build a freeway sign on their property, if I heard you correctly, you said that we could have an agreement with them to do some sort of a revenue share?
Not with the property owner, but with the sign company. So it'd be for the sign itself. The development agreement is with the sign company. It's not with the property owner.
What if
Unless the property owner is the one doing the sign.
Yeah,
But
well,
then
that's
it
what I'm
would be
saying.
a-
If the
But then it
property
would be
owner-
an on-site sign. It wouldn't be an off-site sign.
So if a private property owner built their own sign according to our specifications here, which they could, I'm assuming?
It would, I think we would be looking at what are they trying to advertise on there? Are they trying to do on-site advertisement or off-site advertisement? If they're doing off-site advertisement, then that would be a development agreement that would come before the council. And yes, we would ask for revenue from that development agreement.
So if they're advertising something other than their own product
Correct. Yes.
or service?
Yes, and just as the city manager mentioned, then we would also be looking for branding, as well as a certain percentage of possibly them advertising, doing advertisement for the city itself. So for instance, we have the Cherry Blossom festival coming up. That would be something that we would be saying that we would want them to advertise, so the community knows that festival's coming up.
And do we have any estimates of what that revenue sharing would be?
We did not calculate that for this evening's meeting.
I think it's kind of important to have an idea of what the real revenue would be. Because once these things go up, I don't think they'll ever come down, at least not for some 20 years. For instance, let's use Del Amo Fashion Center as an example, the bridge over Carson, where they have that large static sign currently. If they wanted to get a electronic billboard there, would we have any control over what they put on it? If they paid for it and put it on their building?
Councilmember, they'd be limited or restricted to only on-premise advertising, not the billboard, like the freeway signs. Because the freeway signs are intended to advertise multiple services and goods, not necessarily built there or provided there.
So I could be wrong, but I think the signs that are there today don't advertise products that are within the Lamo Fashion Center.
I believe they advertise their stores and products of the stores that are within the fashion center.
I'm talking about the big signs over Carson.
Correct, the static signs.
And you're saying that those are advertisements for businesses within the Lamo Fashion Center?
Correct.
I thought it was for like an insurance company or something.
No, they are limited to only advertising whatever services and goods are provided at the mall.
And so under this proposal, they would be limited to advertise only what's within their facility?
Correct. It would continue to be the same, except that they would be able to turn it into a digital sign where it would be an electronic message center where the standards that were provided previously, they would have to adhere to, which they would be required to go through a conditional use permit process, and then comply with the same standards as far as the 8-second maximum, the brightness controls, and things like that.
Again, in the case of the mall, would we gain any revenue from an electronic sign on the side of the mall, on the bridge over Carson, if they were to do that on their own?
If it's on site, no.
So there's no revenue generation there?
In that case, no, sir.
So the electronic billboards that are not on the freeway, we're not looking at any revenue generation. Would that be a fair statement?
Correct, because the billboards would only be limited to properties along the freeway, not anywhere else.
And so they wouldn't be taking paid ads from XYZ companies that are totally unrelated to them, but they want to make some money.
Correct.
And that's the way that this is written. So they can only advertise their own goods and services. Yeah, I had a conversation with one of the presidents of one of our largest auto dealers, and he shared with me that the way the car buying is being done these days, people don't drive down the freeway and see a sign and pull over and go buy a car. Most people, and including my last couple of car purchases, I did it all online. I don't drive down the freeway and say, oh, here's a car dealer here. I do my shopping online, and then I go to the dealer wherever that shopping leads me to. So he was not thinking that would be a significant benefit to his business from a standpoint of an auto dealership. As far as Del Amo Mall's business, from everything I'm hearing, they're doing phenomenally well. More traffic than almost any other mall in our country, without a billboard advertising that our mall is there. So, don't seem to be that there's a shortage of people going there. And again, I really still value the aesthetics of our city over some amount of revenue generation. Still anxious to hear what the public has to say. Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you. I know I already had a shot at this, but something came to mind. Are we going to have limitations on who can advertise and what products? Like, are we going to have little girls billboard flashing lights, with an arrow down at the strip club?
Councilmember, through the development agreement, there could be restrictions on that, but I believe we also placed, let me just double check, but I think we put something about no tobacco firearms, but let me just confirm that really quick.
And while he looks that up, there are certain restrictions we can place, when it comes to obscene material, but they're still protected under freedom of speech. So there comes a point where there might be certain titles or certain names of businesses that maybe the public may not like, that we would not be able to restrict.
Okay. So we can't put no strip clubs, no attorneys. I'm kidding.
I'm not sure how those relate, but
You'd be surprised.
The council, my staff is looking it up. In regards to the Delmo Fashion Center, one of the feedback we received is the challenges with the staff time and the static display. Having digital would allow more flexibility and reduce any impacts to the traffic. One of the feedbacks that I personally have provided to the Delmo Fashion Center is, if should there be that option down the road, city would prefer seeing reinvestment of funds to beautify the underpass with additional lighting and digital signage, and at least to elevate the experience. So when we do get those visitors to Torrance, that funding enhances the experience and brings value. But that's one of the feedbacks I've heard from at least that particular retailer, that the challenge with the static displays, that they can't change them as often or generate revenue.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily like just the metal pole with the metal ladder on the side. I mean, the design that we have on was page 10, the one to the left, that one. That looks just like any other sign, I think having a little bit of architectural look to it, I think, especially if we're only going to have 2 or 3 of them, might as well make them look really nice. Along the 210 freeway, I believe I've seen digital signs, kind of like the one to the right, but without it was an actual billboard.
405 south towards Orange County, as you enter some of those cities, they also have that similar design without the clutter of other businesses. It's specific to the community branding. I think that'll be staff's intent to make this more Torrance-centric, should council decide to move in this direction.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't want just a metal pole like the rest of them. I think giving it a little bit of architectural look, that would be nice. But I would definitely not want advertisement that just cheapens, the whole look. But
I think page 5 has restrictions.
Page 5?
Page 5, attachment.
Yeah, but I didn't see, it talked about tobacco and stuff like that, but.
Yeah, snipe signs, flashing.
Yeah,
And those are items that can be addressed in the development agreement also.
Okay. All right. Because, I mean, you don't really see tobacco anymore anyways. I mean, I've never seen ads for tobacco. Cannabis.
It's one of those things where we have to be cautious, and we always lean with the assistance of the city attorney's office because of First Amendment rights. So that's why when you do it in the development agreement, it makes it a little bit easier when it's in the ordinance. And if there was something that became protected, then we have to come back and change that. Where with the development agreement, we're able just to put it in there easily.
Mm-hmm. Is there a rating that's used for ads? Like, not rated R, but, like kind of like if you're watching a movie, it's PG or PG-13. Is there rating for stuff like that to where we can just ask for a specific rating? Family-friendly advertisers?
I don't believe so.
No? All right. We might have
They
to,
typically purchase bundles, Councilman, with the various corporate partners. These the ones that I've seen typically are vehicles or services, movies coming out. There, again, some of these are built-in marketplace considerations. Their goal is to generate revenue. So, and they have to be mindful, obviously.
yeah,
we
and
have
if
to build
they're on
community standards.
rotation, they'll only be up for 8 seconds or whatever
Yeah.
time it be. Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other members of the council who wish to speak before we go to the public? I don't see any, so at this time, are there any members of the public who wish to be heard on this matter?
Hi, Adam Schwartz. Actually had a great conversation a while ago with Councilman Kaji about having a electronic billboard along the 405. And I do think that would be a great idea. We really need to advertise the existence of our city. I talk with a lot of people in my generation who don't even know where Torrance is. They think it's in Orange County. Like they just don't even know. All we have to advertise ourselves along the freeway is the refinery right now. So having an electronic billboard or two maybe would be great. However, 100 feet from a residence is way too low. And that's not from the edge of the sign, as far as I've heard. That's from the middle of the sign. So you could have something 80 feet tall, 100 feet away from a house that's also pushed towards a house. And that seems really terrible. Another thing from following this issue in the Planning Commission was it seemed like this issue was talking about the whole city, not just the 405 corridor, and that's way different. To have, one or two big signs along the 405 far away from houses, with a little bit of local flair to it, sure, that's great. But having a bunch of, any 1 acre spot within 100 feet of a house throughout the city is a very different thing. I want to make sure that we know the difference here. So, yeah, thank you. I mean, even 200 feet is probably not enough. I mean, pickleball gets 250. So, we should be pretty generous with this, because 1 or 2 along the 405 would truly do a lot and be enough.
Hello again. I'm Sarah Leinen. I'm the president of the South Bay LGBTQ Center. And would the center be allowed to advertise on this sign? That's my question. Yeah? No?
That would be up to the sign company, not up to the city.
What restrictions or possible restrictions have these? Can you make sure that whatever sign company you get does not hinder that free speech or hinder organizations that exist in the city to be able to advertise on the sign?
Your Honorable Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, that's not something that we could tell we can limit if there's something that is, like I said, obscenity that is being done. That is something that we could tell a potential sign company they couldn't do, but we can't tell a sign company what things they have to put on there. That would be between the sign company and the folks that are buying the ads on the digital billboard.
I just wanted to make sure that that was taken into consideration, given the discussion that was presented today about possible restrictions, because lately people have been trying to restrict us and in our speech, and I would like that to not happen further. So thank you.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item?
Hello, this is Andy Porchop. I like signs, and they already restricted all over the place. I was looking for a gas station because I was running out of gas, and where is a gas station? I couldn't see the sign, because they have to be I don't know. But I'm for advertising, because advertising is a very basic of American business. You know what I mean? And I cannot play a chess game on my computer and come in advertising. I was watching next door, reading the people, because I like to hear from people. And bang, you know what came in? Torrance, the safe and clean Torrance, your advertising. So I think prohibit advertising. It's not very good for business, any business, for government and for people. But I understand, it cannot be just any size or any place or any whatever. But I'm for this project, because it generates some money. I don't understand why they cannot say how many thousands and thousands of dollars. So it must be poquito, because if it would be big money, you would tell us. But, kleine Fische, gute Fische. You know what I mean? So I learned that from my German girlfriend. So that means the little fish is also a good fish, So if it doesn't bring in millions, then it's still good, And I'm for it because America was about billboards and advertising, So I'm for it.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Hi. This city seems to be a little dyslexic on which way they want to go, okay? First, you're telling people that you want to bring in technology and, kind of make the city a little bit boring. We're not a hip city, you know what I mean? We don't have clubs. We don't have sports arenas or anything else like that. We're boring. So the advertising, I don't get it. The inflated $6 million spin, I'm sorry, Councilman Kaji, I don't know how you can say that that's how much we're going to get. How many signs is it going to take to get to $6 million? Number one. Number two, you put them on the freeway, they're too bright. You come around a curb, you come around whatever, and you get distracted. The driving gets us distracted. I remember that when that one came up, you come around and it was just like bam, and you can't see. You're coming in from downtown, they got all the lights in downtown LA, and you come around and it's like you turn and there's lights. It's just way distracting, and it could cause accidents. Also, how are you going to tell a guy that puts one on his own private land and has a specialty group like maybe, the one that this lady was talking about, and he's going to say, I can put that on there. It's my, it's my land. It's my rights. I can do it. No, so I don't know. I think you're going to open yourselves up to lawsuits and with the First Amendment rights. And, how much do we want to sell out our city for some billboards? I don't know. I wouldn't want to.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? I don't see any. Does the council have any additional questions for the staff at this time? If not, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Does the council wish to take action on this matter? Councilman Matucci.
Yes, I've been listening to a lot of the different opinions and concerns. I'm just wondering if we can maybe do this ordinance, but give it a certain distance from the freeway corridor. If our main goal is to keep it along the freeway, maybe do like within 500 feet of the freeway or 1,000 feet of the freeway with the other requirements. I really do think 200 feet would be the bare minimum that I think from residential. Maybe 250, I think was brought up 250 for pickleball, but I think 200 feet should be sufficient. So I would, if that's even an option to do 1,000, let's say 1,000 feet from the freeway, along the freeway corridor. So kind of create an overlay or a zone to where billboards can be put in within that zone so that they can be visible from the freeway. I just don't think billboards, let's say, along, I don't know, I can't think of a place that has 1 acre or plus land that's 200 feet away from residential. Maybe Prairie might have some properties like that. I even doubt that. But yeah, so I would say I would push for creating a zone along the 405 freeway, because it sounds to me that the objective is to put 2 to 3 billboards along the 405 freeway, not plaster the whole city with billboards. That's what I would suggest that we do. But I think Councilman Griffith clicked in. I want to hear what he has to say. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, my tone has been that I'm not excited about seeing the visual blight that these billboards will bring to our city, even though there might be some revenue associated with it. What's one more sign coming down the 405 going to do as you're driving down the 405? We all, after seeing dozens of signs as you're driving, you tend to ignore them. And I see so many landmines in this proposal that aren't really clearly defined. And I'm not sure we can clearly define that all here tonight. The revenue proposals are unknown. The content of these billboards is unknown, leaving them up to some future development standards that are unknown. I really just think there's just too many risks to say yes to this at this time. And if anything, I'd rather see it broken up into 2 separate, completely separate items where, one, we look at possible freeway signs, nothing else. And the second one, we look at potential electronic billboards on commercial businesses in our city and so forth. It's just too much here to swallow, and it's too undefined. And I think the landmines are horrendous, and the visual blight. I'm not looking forward to seeing our city filled with electronic billboards. Thank you.
Your Honor, Councilmember Matucci and Councilmember Griffiths, in response to that, I do want to point out that the term freeway signage is restricted to those signs that are along within 100 feet of the freeway edge. So this would only be applicable to properties along the freeway. The electronic message center signage, that's applicable throughout the city. So those are the ones that advertise on-premise services and goods.
Are those part of, we can't separate the two?
I believe the way the ordinance is written, again, because the electronic message center signs standards have already been included. They're already in the ordinance. Okay. It's just that we have, the way that it was adopted, it prohibited them.
Gotcha. I personally, I kind of like the idea of separating the two, but I don't know what direction the rest of the council wants to do.
I think we should separate the two, a bit more clear.
If the council decides to go that way, I just want to make sure our process, do we do half of it today, or we continue this for a future hearing? So you have time to think through this.
Correct. Staff would recommend a continuance and to bring this item back at a later date.
Okay.
All right, so unless somebody, Kalani.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity to maybe think this through a little bit longer as well. At the same time, is it possible for you to give us an example at a certain intersection, at a certain area of the freeway, a comparable size, a comparable shape, so we can go and see the brightness and see how it affects the neighbors 2 blocks down? And I would pardon? And how much revenue, if possible, it can really bring. I would appreciate that opportunity. Thanks.
Yes, we can do that, and as far as the revenue, we can come up with like an industry standard, but the reality is the revenue is something that's negotiated between the council and the sign with the development agreement. So when we bring that forward, that might not be actual. So that I would just say that with that caveat.
That would be understood. Thank you.
All right, so do we take a motion to continue?
To a date uncertain.
Right, to a
I make
date
a motion.
uncertain.
I make a motion to continue item 10A to a date uncertain.
Second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Griffith? Okay. I didn't see the smoke coming out of your ears.
I'll just vote how you feel, Neil.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
All right, well, that was a nice, healthy discussion. Next item, there's no agency agenda. Moving on to second reading ordinances. Item 12A. Are there any questions for the council? Just want to repeat, this is the second reading. We are not deliberating on the item. I don't see any. Does any members of the public wish to speak on this item? I see someone who signed in. Is it John Wheeler?
It is way past my bedtime. I'm a 40-year Torrance resident. Also was a high school teacher for 40 years. And the last 30 years I taught psychology. And over my years, I've really seen very few things that contribute to people's mental, physical, and social health as pickleball. For myself personally, I played just for the last 2 years, and it's greatly enhanced my retirement years. I would invite all of you, if you want to see happy Torrance residents, to come by one of the parks where we have open play. Maybe even pick up a paddle and give it a try if you haven't already. I would encourage you to do anything you can to help with the growth of pickleball in Torrance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I just want to make sure that this item was previously discussed and action line was taken at a prior city council meeting. So we're not discussing, on that. We're just if there's items on the wording here, that's where we're taking the public comments.
This is Andy Porchop again. Unfortunately, the last time I was here, I couldn't speak on this item, but I'm for the item. Please vote for it because people need to do something and socialize and this and that. And the dude got here 1 minute, and then you already talked half a minute. You know, what was the problem with his speech? I don't know. Anyway, it's a good thing you are the big king here, you know the rules so much, and, made him feel, I don't want to say the word, but, he was just saying he's for this thing, So I'm for the thing. I don't play it. I don't want to get injured more than I am, but people want something, and that's what he said, So please approve.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on the content of the wording of this ordinance?
Hi, I'm Marian. I live in front of Sur La Brea Park. I ask that you reconsider the 200 or the 250 feet. I live 100 feet away from the park, and this is affecting my quality of my life, of my family and me. We're miserable. Please also consider the grandfathering of the courts. This needs to be considered if the noise ordinance is being affected. Decibels inside my house have been over 70 at night, and in the morning it's ridiculous. Parking is horrible, trash is horrible, noise, 12 hours at least every single day, leaf blowers, pickleballs. Please look at the studies before you recommend 200 feet. There's multiple studies out there. See how people are affected. Come visit my home during open play and see how it's affecting my family. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item?
Kind of quick. Good evening, City Council and Honorable Mayor Chen. As you're aware, that with the setting of 250 feet, it eliminates every park except for Wilson, every court, and including our schools for the ability to have pickleball. But it does give some room, more flexibility, I believe, in selecting places in the two locations of Wilson and Columbia Park that are available. So in brief here, I have to cut it down. With ever-increasing growth of the population, closing the sports, because of the closing of the sports complex and updates and increase in number of pickleball classes and the availability of courts, to skip on forward, with the potential closing of Sur La Brea and further restrictions, we hope that priority can be applied to scoping and hopefully approval of additional.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, I don't see any. City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3931, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending section 91.37.3A of Chapter 1 of Article 37 of Division 9 of the Torrance Municipal Code to regulate the approval process and placement of pickleball courts in the PU Public Use Zone.
Move to adopt ordinance number 3931.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths and Mayor Chen voting no.
Thank you. At least our votes were still consistent since last time. All right, moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda. Under the Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. Request clarification or refer the item to staff. Speakers on the orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to city clerk to be handed out while you speak. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak who has not spoken during orals number 1? Please step to the microphone, please.
Hello, thank you so much, council members and Mayor Chen. My name is Amelia Hall. I'm a mother, I'm a taxpayer, and I'm a volunteer with Jewish Voice for Peace on their partnership Spoke. I'm very, very concerned right now, and I would like to thank Councilmember Sheikh for bringing up the conversation earlier. I'm here to support a permanent ceasefire resolution to support a symbolic message going out to the rest of the country and rest of the world. 80% of Democrats in America support this. As Councilmember Matucci stated earlier tonight, media works, messaging works, awareness works. The average American taxpayer, including myself, currently contributes $85 per person to fund this military operation, currently in violation of international law, including collective punishment, ethnic cleansing, displacement, plausible genocide, ruled on 126 by the International Court of Justice at The Hague. This is in violation of the Leahy Law, which states that the United States cannot provide...
Thank you. Your time is up. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good evening, council members. My name is Maha. I'm a mother, a wife, dentist, and a business owner in Torrance. I'm a Palestinian Christian, and during this Holy Week, I'm here with a pressing plea for action. I'm asking you to reconsider your earlier vote. It was a mistake not to move forward with drafting the resolution that Council Member Sheikh proposed. Don't be dissuaded by the UN Security Resolution. The Biden administration has already made it clear that the resolution is non-binding. Israel has intensified its bombing of Rafah and has pulled out of all ceasefire talks. Now, more than ever, we need to continue to apply pressure to have a ceasefire. Here is the bitter truth. Our own hands are not clean. Unlike what Council Member Lewis said, this is a local issue. Our tax dollars directly contribute to the arsenal of destruction raining down upon Gaza. Torrance funneled $2.03 million into funding Israel's weaponry. We must demand an immediate permanent ceasefire. For those who find it too complicated...
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. We heard you. Anyone else who wishes to speak in oral communications number 2?
I was unfortunately not able to come to the beginning of this meeting, but I'm Jewish, and I very, very much would support a ceasefire resolution for the Torrance City Council. Back in World War II, the Torrance City Council was on the right side of history when they opposed Japanese incarceration. This was a massive issue at the time, and it's something that we can all of us Torrance residents can look back on and say, yes, we have civic pride that our city did something right for the greater world of injustice. Let's do that now. Let's absolutely do that now. We can be on the right side of history again. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? Oral communications number 2. That didn't speak on oral communications number 1.
James Henry, on a lighter note, since it's National Historical Women's Month, I think it's time to honor all the girls, soon-to-be women, of the North Torrance Girls Softball League, who play their games at the Hamilton Adult School, 2606 West 182nd Street in North Torrance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public want to speak on oral communications number 2?
Okay, I was at home too before I got here, and I don't know who gave a thumbs up or not. I understand there was 2 of you. I am damn pissed at you. You set your other council members up. You rigged this whole thing. Each one of you members, it's not just the 7 of you that are going to sign this letter. You sign a letter, you're signing it for the entire city. There was a ceasefire in place, before Hamas went in to Israel and cut people up, burned people, took people's mothers' babies and put them in the oven, turned on the ovens and let them bake right in front of them and die. Israel is doing whatever they need to do to stop Hamas. The Palestinians let Hamas be their government. So you know what? Live with it or die with it. They need to stand up.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. I believe there is no one in here. There's still one.
Hello again. So as some of my fellow Jewish colleagues have stated, well, I am Jewish, and I do wish that we had some kind of a resolution or whatever from the city council that supports a humanitarian ceasefire. Just what history has taught us is, yes, I mean, you are correct. That was heinous. That was absolutely heinous what happened in October. But a genocide is not the solution. And I think that we need to be on the right side of history for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who has not spoken or communications?
Hi, last time I got kicked out and I was absolutely disgusted, especially with your behavior. First of all, calling somebody a goon is not a cause to stop somebody's free speech and have it kicked out of the room. And saying shit like that, take him out, and then you should go back to school and learn about the First Amendment. I'm not going to call you, I'm not going to call you the F word, but you are the biggest goober I ever seen. You violating the United States Constitution, the very foundation of our nation, and the First Amendment. The biggest shame on you. The biggest shame on you, goober.
All right. I don't think there's anyone else in the public in the chamber right now. So I'm going to go to our city council members in order, and starting with Councilman Matucci.
I have nothing. Good night, everyone.
Councilman Shade.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to express my sincere condolences to the passing of our Community Development Director, Michelle Ramirez's mother. It was emotional for me too, because I lost my mother also, so it was pretty emotional, so I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Griffiths.
Oh boy, my last council orals. Yeah, write that down. And so I do have one more request of my colleagues before I don't have the opportunity to. And that is back in June of last year at our council meeting, we had a discussion on our solid waste hauling for our residential customers. And at that meeting, I made an oral request, which I received concurrence for the issue of considering outsourcing our residential trash service, as well as our commercial trash service, to an outside provider or providers. And it kind of never really went anywhere. And finally, in January of this year, staff did issue a memo on this issue, basically with their own input and without any input from any interested trash haulers to provide their position, and basically saying that, well, we think we do it better than anyone else can, and didn't ask for any outside comment. So with the concurrence of my colleagues, I would like that to be continued to include giving the outside trash haulers the opportunity to present a proposal to our city on what they think they could do to do a better job potentially than what what we're doing ourselves, as well as to potentially consolidate the trash services that the city is dealing with as far as our multifamily and our commercial, which is kind of right now a free-for-all. And we have, I don't know how many different trash haulers that we have hauling trash throughout our city from our commercial multifamily. But, when you have 10 or more different haulers picking up trash throughout our city, that's a lot of trash trucks that are duplicating a lot of effort that maybe one or two licensed haulers could do. And so I really think that staff did a little bit of a disservice by not providing an opportunity for an outside proposal on what they think they could do here. And I would like that opportunity for staff to allow whatever outside trash haulers are interested to come and present a proposal to us for the consideration of our council, which won't include me at that time, but I think that that's the fair way to consider an issue, is to let all parties involved, not just one side, present their proposal. And so that's my request for concurrence. Obviously, there's a lot more detail involved in it, and I'm not asking for anybody to say we should outsource. I just ask for a little bit more information to see if it makes sense taking it a little bit further down the road and seeing if it's a good idea for our city. And I also want to reemphasize the same point that I made when I made this request back in June last year, is that our employees who are currently doing that job today are extremely important to me. And I want to make sure that in any proposal that we receive from an outside vendor, that those employees are protected in some fashion, whether there's proven possibilities for transferring them to other departments within the city, or for that trash hauler or haulers to absorb those employees. Last thing in the world I want to see is any of our employees put out of a job. And so with that, I request concurrence from my colleagues to have that additional study done. For having outside vendors make proposals about what they could do for our trash hauling services. For informational purposes that ultimately could lead into something else if
Councilman,
council would decide.
Just to set the record straight, we did share a memo with you, and in that memo, I specifically requested, should council wish additional direction, would follow up. So in no way staff was trying to sway your ability or decision to proceed in this matter. We give you our opinion, that we think that the staff, based on the input we received from some of our major commercial partners and retailers, they do want to have that flexibility. So in no way staff was trying to misinform or misguide. We will go, with any provider and share this information with you. I just want to, we'll bring back whatever study council wishes for us to provide you. I just don't want to make sure that you're aware that staff was in no way trying to sway your direction.
Well, I apologize if I made a statement that I was being
misinformed. That wasn't our intent.
Staff was misinforming us. They made a recommendation, and there was no further discussion.
The request was, if you wished additional action, you could request at that time.
So I'm requesting it now.
Thank you.
All right, so can I count the thumbs right now? 1, 2, 3, 4. So it doesn't really matter which way I go. You got concurrence. You got 4.
Thank you.
All right.
And with that, that's the last thing I have to say as a council member, as under orals. And I look forward to seeing you on transition night on April 9th. And look forward to my replacement being seated. And congratulations again to all those who won in their elections in March. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tomorrow night at 6 p.m. at the North Torrance Library, we'll be holding a District 1 community meeting. So for those of you in North Torrance who are available, please come by, and we'll be updating you from our various departments on activity in District 1. Also, I was happy to visit Gunzer Park last week to witness the concrete pouring of the new basketball court. So I had a chance to meet with Arturo Rodriguez, Robert Russa, and Roy Lindahl of Roy's Concrete. So I was joined by some of the other neighbors in the area, and as many of you know, you've heard from me before, it's been a an ongoing issue, but I'm glad that we have some clear weather and we're moving forward on that. And that's it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
I just want to wish everybody a good night. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. I just want to address something from earlier tonight, from the item that we had earlier for a council concurrence on bringing back an item for a ceasefire. I want to make it very clear that this was not whether or not to pass a resolution or not. This was a concurrence to bring an item back to council to discuss whether or not to do a resolution. Personally, am I for a ceasefire? Absolutely, on both sides. It's long overdue. As a sitting council member that also has constituency in the district, that's not a good decision that I get to make in this forum. This item came up, frankly, as a surprise. Didn't know that this was something that we would be talking about. And so really not prepared to move forward. However, with that being said, I also don't think that passing a resolution would be the way forward. We've had a couple of those situations before where we've made statements on different occurrences that may not be directly in Torrance, and we've handled them other ways, whether that's through a letter that was sent out through City Council with everyone's signature on it, or in other means, because my feeling is I don't want to start a slippery slope. So I wanted to make those two things very, very clear, that this was not to vote down a resolution. It was to discuss bringing back an item. Beyond that, I had the opportunity to attend the celebration of life for the founder of Conquer the Bridge, Michael Hogue. Very lovely celebration of life, and you could tell how much he and his family members love and appreciate Torrance, being residents here for 67 years in the same area in West Torrance. And to end my comments, I had the honor of learning a new tradition over the past couple of weeks, Narush, and I know I was going to mess it up. I practiced. What? No ruse. See, I told you I was going to mess it up, and I'm sleepy. What a great tradition that is. The last time I did that, I watched it as a kid but didn't really understand it, and now I've learned to understand it and appreciate it. So very thankful to my colleagues here that reintroduced me to that tradition. So thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank Torrance PD and Simons for getting ahead of a risk that we mitigated last Saturday at Del Amo Fashion Center. So keep up the good work. And I know that the entire Team Torrance got together to really, what I call take risk mitigation steps. And I think that will keep it up. The community appreciates it. I got a lot of positive feedback. So Chief, and please let your team know we really appreciate it, the effort. As we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation, interest, and staying informed. Your involvement continues to shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. Thanks to City Cable for sharing our meetings live. In case you missed any portion of this meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. And now we're going to go to closed session, and good night. It's 1:51 a.m. Wednesday morning. City Manager, do you have anything to report out?
Nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's council meeting.
I would like the honors to make my last possible adjournment. So I'd like to adjourn tonight's meeting to 5 o'clock on April 9th here in the council chambers. And wish everybody a good night.
And with this meeting dedicated to Councilmember Griffiths, good night.
I should abstain for that.
Yeah, abstain. So say no. Say no.
Start voting, please.
I'll remember.
I almost was gonna hit no. I was afraid we might get 4 no's. All right, good night, everyone.